There it is, we go. Apologies for the delay. It was due to unavoidable circumstances. A break in transmission at our Tejo Show transmitting station, as they used to say on NTA back in those days. So, break in transmission, but nevertheless, here we are now. Hope you're still there. I certainly am here and awaiting your company. So, gather and share the links and all of that to pack out the space as much as we can. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving fast, never freedom. It's another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
So there it is right there, the Holy Holy song. Before we get into it, I've put up a poll in the comment section asking if you guys are tired of that Holy Holy song and we should find a replacement for it. So I'll be guided by your response. So go participate in that poll. Are you fed up of the Holy Holy song? So let me know. So now we spoke about this guy somewhat in an earlier session, but he now making the news. He meant to be presenting the news, now making the news. So this is Rufai Hussaini, of course, what the people feel to be the most incisive panelist on Arise TV. But some people just feel that it's too exuberant for his position. But whatever it is, it's nothing to do with journalism. What he's in the news for is entirely about crime and punishment. You are a lawbreaker. Lagos government vowed to punish Arise TV presenter Rufai Hussaini for driving on BRT lane. So a lot of you, because I know a lot of you do follow this character, so I'm sure a lot of you would have seen plentifully that space, him trying to justify himself and painting the narrative from his perspective. But the Lagos state now takes a position. So with that, I'll be playing you video clips of Rufai narrating his own position, and then off the back of that, I'll give you that readout. So there it is right there. You are a lawbreaker. Lagos state government vows to punish Arise TV presenter Rufai Hussaini for driving on BRT lane. So there it is. If he did that, then what's the punishment? It shouldn't be more than a fine, but the fine he should pay. Lagos State Governor's media aide Boyega Akoshile vows to ensure TV anchor Rufai Hussaini gets punished for driving on BRT lane. So I'm above the law, big manism. Even this guy now that claims that he's pushing for the Nigerian person, he's not averse to the excesses of the Nigerian elite, but that excess is now to be curtailed by the Nigerian state. Peter Obi's experience shallow. Youth should not vote for him. So the fight has begun, and of course, it's not even Atiku that is going after Peter Obi, because Atiku, by all consideration, considers Peter Obi very much beneath and junior to him. So he has sent his functionary, his lieutenant, to go and administer the flogging in Anambra State. Okowa is the person opening up that space. Peter Obi's experience shallow. Youth should not vote for him. The fight has begun. Dirty politics warfare. Ifeanyi Okowa, he now steps up to his brief. So there it is right there. Pardon me. So there it is right there. And quick as flash. So Peter Obi, of course, considering that he's also too big to respond to Okowa, he sends his functionary, his lieutenants to go and counter back. So the Mauritanian comes into play. Show me anyone more experienced than Peter Obi. Dati Baba Ahmed, replies Okowa. So the street fighting has now begun fully. So this is now politics now birthed. So this is the birthing of politics now, and how it plays out, we'll find out shortly. Terrorists setting up camps to launch attacks in Yoruba land. Gani Adam raises the alarm, and he has raised this alarm before. People ignored him much to the chagrin of the Yoruba space. So he raises the alarm again that we are surrounded. But then, of course, even if people are not ignoring him, what can people do about it is the thing. Because all of the apparatus of security is vested in the hand of the Fulani leader, who just tells us that the bandits and the terrorists, they are no more than naughty boys, and we should learn to live with our neighbors. That is what he said to Governor Tom. When Governor Tom, in tears, went around the country, just lamenting to anybody that was willing to listen, how his people were being killed in the scores, and hundreds and hundreds of them just being slaughtered by Buhari's tribesmen. And Buhari's retort was that you should learn to live with your neighbors. They are just naughty boys. So there it is. But now, now he alarms, but what can we do about it is the question. Terrorists setting up camps to launch attacks in Yoruba land. Ghanaian Times raises concerns. So raises alarm. So quite what the alarm is. And if they wanted to do anything about it, can they even do anything about it? Not as far as an Islamic cleric in the north is concerned. May God grant you success in kidnapping President Buhari El-Rufai Garba Shehu, flog them well in the bush. Islamic preacher prays for terrorists. I think a lot of people may well be saying a silent amen to that prayer by the Islamic cleric. May God grant you success in kidnapping Malam Buhari, El-Rufai, Garba Shehu, flog them well in the bush. Islamic preacher prays for terrorists. So there it is right there. So now it looks as though this guy may well have been beaten down now. That is the veracity of the Ipobian / obedient movement. They will tear you apart no matter how well fortified you think you are. So they bring him to his knees. Reno Mokri makes you turn over consistent attack against Peter Obi. So from one attack that it comes, they will cut through him, including his family and friends. So I think it's not hitting him too hard. And then he now looks to make a U-turn. So yes, so presidency, Peter Obi has small experience to lead Nigeria, Okowa. So I think that's a repetition of a headline already advertised. So a rich and diverse menu, as is always the case. So lean back, as I often say, kick back, as I often say, relax into it, as I often say. But before you lean back, kick back, or relax into it, click on the like button. We need you to be clicking on the like button. Not necessarily because you like the panelist or you don't like the panelist, but if the platform is engaging you for hours on end, day after day, that's sufficient enough, because we inspire something in you, we effect an emotion in you one way or the other, either in agreement, either carrying along with a joke, either in anger, either in just visceral reaction to something that just jars you. We trigger an emotion in you for hours on end, and we engage your brain for hours on end every day. So it's not necessarily whether you like the bald-headed guy that talks in a funny voice. It's not. I don't really care for your liking. I'm not a politician. You know, I'm already married, so I'm not here to toast anybody. So forget all that. If you are engaged by the platform sufficiently for hours on end every single day, then the least you can do is to click on it. I'm sure some of you have withdrawal symptoms when we don't come on, and to click on some pesky little like button, you think that is a power move that you're making. It's just dumb. So don't be dumb. Click on the like button. And as you're clicking on the like button, click on the subscribe button as well. Now, at your discretion, whether you want to disagree with a lot of the narratives or agree with it or add a contribution to it, you can click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that brings you into a studio space, especially if you're a new voice. We're always canvassing for new voices, especially northern voices and female voices. So if you fall into that bracket, then you are especially welcome. Imagine if we had like a northern female. So that would just capture all that we've been after for a good while in one stroke. So if you are some Laraba or Aisha 2 or Aisha 3 or whatever number Aisha you are, if you feel emboldened, just click on the hyperlink and come join us on the screen. We're civilized people, so nobody is going to beat you down or harangue you or jar your senses, but your opinions will be interrogated, as you well know. So there it is. So do that. Click on the like button, click on the subscribe button if you're not subscribed already, and then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you feel emboldened to come and join me on the screen to engage in the conversation. So as you set about that task of those 3 poll clicks, let me provide you a little bit of a musical backdrop. Have your calabash to the ready, some drinking and dancing involved as we join the K guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go me Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. náìdó.
ẹ kú ní náìdó ẹ jẹ́ padà sílé kájú lọ.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sódìyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, you know what it means already. I interpret it every single time. Those are Yoruba words. Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there's no prayer on this planet more potent than that. That is the first and overarching prayer. So may death have nothing to do with you first, and then everything else that comes subsequently, you deal with it and pray about it, but first be alive. That is the prayer from the Kegites, and amen to that, says all of us. So I'm kicking this session off with a series of video clips, which is from Rufai Oseni, to set then the backdrop for the first readout. So here is Rufai Oseni describing what is leading up now to this first headline. So here he is.
This is the face of the police officer that took my vehicle away and drove my vehicle against my wheel. So you just know. This is the face of the police officer that took my vehicle away and drove my vehicle against my wheel.
So that's the first one. So that was Rufai screaming like a banshee, as he often does. And here he is now trying to explain what's led to that screaming and shouting.
Of them. Because I've been inundated with a lot of calls, and I have also, called those in authority and the police force. My grouse is the way the police force behaves in Nigeria. And that's why I'm just doing this video, so that everybody could know what happened. I was going to see a friend that was celebrating an anniversary for something today. And it's an area I had never gone before. And in fact, I was using Google Map to lead me through as I went. And as I was going, I didn't know the area so well. I didn't know the possibility of a BRT lane because I just saw a bus going in my front and I followed him. And what happened was the fact that 2 cars passed that same route. 2 cars passed that same route. And the police officers let them go. The police officers let them go because 2 cars passed that same route. In fact, after when I was arrested and told it was a BRT lane, other cars did pass that route. They told me it was a BRT lane and I stopped. And I said, I'll call the organizers of the event. And I said to them to speak to them. And I said, please, whatever the traffic infraction is you said I've committed, let me pay for it and go. But the next thing they did was they sent another police officer into my car. And he was carrying a gun. And at a point, he pointed the gun at me. Of them. Because I've been inundated with a lot of calls. And I have also...
All right, so it carries on. There's a third installment. So let's listen to the third installment. So here is Rufai again, trying to justify his big man. Hold on. Let me just bring you this the third installment. So I think he's now feeling the backlash, and here is him now trying to wiggle his way out of it.
So I'm doing this video as a quick update to the incident today. And I've spoken to the police and I've spoken to a lot of people. Thank you so much for each and every one of your reaction. And we have resolved. My bone of contention and my grouse is the way police treats people, even if there's traffic infraction. And like I said before, it was an area I was going to for the very first time. And I wasn't aware of it. I was just going, and there were other cars on the road. All of a sudden, they stopped my car. They didn't stop other cars, and I was wondering what was happening. And I had to ask. Then the next thing, the police officer got in the car with a gun, pointed at me, and he collected they collected my key. And as against what they said that I resisted arrest, I mean, that was just a lie. I wasn't arrested. And as against what some people say that, oh,
all right. So he goes on and on for about 9 minutes thereabout, but I'm not going to torment you with the fullness of it. But just from that little texture that you felt, that's him just trying to justify the injustifiable. That is essentially, without uttering the words, that is essentially, do you know who I am? Which is the Nigerian go-to with the law authorities. Do you know who I am? I can get you sacked. I know your boss. We play golf together. So do you know who I am is his response. And the Nigerian state now, by the Nigerian states, the Lagos state space, they respond to Buhari, not to Buhari, but to Rufai, saying that, yes, we do know who you are, and you are a lawbreaker. You are a lawbreaker. Lagos government vows to punish Arise TV presenter Rufai Hussaini for driving on BRT lane. The Lagos state government has vowed to take necessary actions against Arise TV presenter. Pardon me, bear with me one moment. Bear with me one moment.
You as a quick update to the incident today. And I've spoken to the police and I've spoken to a lot of people. And thank you so much for each and every one of your reaction. And we have resolved. My bone of contention and my grouse is the way police treats people, even if there's traffic.
All right, so apologies for that. I keep telling you that I do have a life outside of the streaming. So let's get back to it. The Lagos state government has vowed to take necessary actions against Arise TV presenter Rufai Hussaini for driving on the dedicated lane for Bus Rapid Transit (BRT). Correspondents report that Rufai, in a series of posts shared on Twitter on Monday, the 1st of August 2022, alleged that a police officer pointed a gun at him whilst trying to enforce a traffic infraction. According to the media personality, he had offered to pay for the traffic infraction, but the police officers forcefully collected his keys. He tweeted, "A Nigerian police officer pointed a gun at me and forcefully took my keys and drove my car off because he wanted to enforce a traffic infraction. I think the police needs training and retraining. I offered to pay for the traffic infraction, but the police was hell-bent on forcefully collecting my keys and pointing a gun at me. I saw 3 other cars drive by the BRT lane and they were not stopped. I am at sea. Why point a gun at me and forcefully collect my keys? I am shocked." Reacting to the tweet, the chief press secretary to Lagos state government, the chief press secretary, reacting to the tweet, the chief press secretary to Lagos State Governor Boyega Akoshile described the broadcast journalist as a lawbreaker, saying he will face the necessary penalties. He wrote, thank you, thank you, Rufai. Whilst the Nigerian police force, thank you, Rufai. Whilst the at Nigeria Police NG deal with the police officers in their own way, we'd ensure that necessary actions is taken against you for driving on BRT lane, as you have admitted to the police. You are a lawbreaker and you should face the necessary penalties. However, Rufai refuted the claim of being a lawbreaker, stating that other vehicles used the lane and would not have used the lane if he had not seen other drivers. He said, "I am not a lawbreaker. I saw cars pass through the supposed BRT lane, and they were not stopped. All of a sudden, I was stopped and told I used the bus lane. If I did not see other cars, I will not go through. Plus, I want conversant. Plus, so I wasn't, this should say, but it says I want, but it should read I wasn't. So I read it as I wasn't. Plus, I wasn't conversant with the road. In fact, after I was stopped, three cars also, so that should be three cars also passed through, but that didn't flow all the way through. So there it is right there, crime and punishment. So I'll be somewhat miffed if Rufai is allowed to get away with this. So you cannot. So no big man is him. He's the one always preening and peacocking and breathing fire at politicians every single time, much to the delight of his followership, who say no, if they send Rufai after him, this, that, and the other. So Rufai is in play now. So how do you then justify ignorance? By the way, it's not a defense. Imagine if ignorance was a defense in law. The serial murderer would just say he did not know that to go around killing people is a crime. So ignorance is not, the fact that you are ignorant of it is certainly not a defense in law. I think that much all of us know, whether we are lawyers or not. So there it is. So crime and punishment, of course, and I don't imagine that it will be a custodial sentence, of course, but certainly whatever fines need to be paid, he has to be made to pay those fines. So he haven't now admitted in public, by the way, that he committed the infraction. So from that to this, Peter Obi's experience shallow. Youth should not vote for him. So let me read it actually from this piece. Presidency. Peter Obi has small experience to lead Nigeria. Okowa. Governor Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State has hit out at Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, insisting he does not have the needed experience to lead Nigeria. Okowa, who admitted that Obi has experience from being a former governor of Anambra State, added that it is not deep enough to lead Nigeria. And a lot of people have said that, including on this platform. The vice presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, spoke in an interview with BBC Pidgin. Okowa said, I did not say he won't have any votes. He will have. But what I am saying is that he is not a new candidate. So I'm not quite sure why he's the new broom. He's an old, long-standing politician, been in PDP since 2014 and at the top of that party all the way through. So how is he now the new guy that is coming to sweep away? So that's just the thing. I did not say he won't have any votes. He will have. But what I am saying is he's not a new candidate. It has not been long since he left the PDP. You know, he was in APGA before. From APGA, he came to PDP. It has not been long since he left the PDP. So he cannot say anything about PDP because that is where he was before. Some of us are still here. At every party, there are good people and bad people. But today's Nigeria is very troubled. and we need the right person. That is why I am appealing to our youth to be wise and vote well. They should not be blinded by the concept of a false change, because that is how they raved on Jonathan in 2015. His obese, our previous experience is not enough for this one. The presidency, it will be hard. His experience is not deep enough. So let's just look at that. I mean, what are we talking about here? Every day we come here to discuss the plethora of difficulties that the country has. And Peter Obi, is an antecedent, is an open book. Depending on your prejudices and how you decide to read the numbers, some people will say he was significantly below par as the governor of Anambra State. Some people would say he did okay, but his ardent followers will say he did excellently well. But wherever you fall in that bracket, Anambra State is a middle of the road state of no real weight one way or the other. Of course, significant in the southeast, but not really a weighty first tier state within the Nigerian space. It's a mono-ethnic state, which is what to say 80% Igbo people, a mono-religious space, which is to say a good 70% of them are Catholic. You know, so and he, of course, he's wrapped as a representation of all of that. So he has all of the advantages. So how can that I have described be preparatory for you to tackle and take on the complexity that is Nigeria? A lot of it will be experimental if this guy goes into office, because he has not managed diversity in ethnicity, he has not managed diversity in religion, he has not managed insurgency, he has not managed the banditry, he has not managed a plethora of nations within an overarching country with senior citizens from Emir of Kano to Oni of Ife and Alafian. So just the complexity, the divergent views, the economic stress, all of it, there's nothing in his backdrop that suggests it's of little experience for the complexity of the job. But what are they vesting? I don't know, man. But this is what a lot of people recall from. So it says his obese previous experience is not enough for this one presidency. It will be hard. His experience is not deep enough. Even as a current governor ruling in a time of crisis, I know how hard it is. I even want to learn on the article because he has experience with the federal government. The thing is not easy. For them to have handled the economy at that time and made it something better, offering hope, creating jobs, and filtering the society, it was not easy because it's a bigger thing. So someone is supposed to learn through that. If you look at Obi's experience, you will know it is small. So that's just a statement. It's not even worthy of anything because he has not said anything critical or negative about Peter Obi. It's just an appraisal of his body of work, which is somewhat derisory, however you choose to look at it. So there it is. But very quickly, of course, the clap back comes. The clap back now led by the Mauritanian, and of course, you know that the obedience will be feasting all over social media over this, throwing all manners of abuse at Okowa. Show me anyone more experienced than Peter Obi. Dati Baba Ahmed replies, Okowa. The vice presidential candidate of Labour Party LP, Dati Baba Ahmed, has reacted to the statement credited to the vice presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Ifeanyi Okowa. Okowa had, in an interview with BBC Pidgin, alleged the former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, lacking enough experience to rule Nigeria. He said that Obi's experience is small compared to the problems bedeviling the country. He advised the youth to be wise whilst electing their leaders come 2023 elections. His words, I did not say he won't get any votes, he will. But what I am saying is that he's not a new candidate. It has not been long since he left the PDP. You know, he was in APGA before. From APGA, he came to PDP. It has not been long since he left the PDP. So he cannot say anything about the PDP because that is where he was before. Some of us are still there. At every party, there are good people and bad people, but today's Nigeria is very troubled and we need the right person. That is why I'm appealing to our youth to be wise and vote well. They should not be blinded by the concept of a false change, because that is how they raved on Jonathan in 2015. His obese previous experience is not enough for this one. It will be hard. His experience is not deep enough. Even as a current governor ruling in a time of crisis, I know how hard it is. Okay, so let's just skip through because we just now literally read that. So let's go to, yeah. Let's go to Baba Ahmed's response. But it looks as though his response is not actually with any depth. Speaking on structure, Baba Ahmed argued, let's have a look. All right, let me just let me just give you the fullness of it. Even as a current governor ruling in a time of crisis, I know how hard it is. I even want to learn under Atiku because he has experience with the federal government. The thing is not easy. For them to have handled the economy at that time and made it something better, offering hope, creating jobs, and filtering the society was not easy because it's a bigger thing. So someone is supposed to learn through that. If you look at Obi's experience, you know it is small. His experience is not enough. His experience is not enough to handle Nigeria's problems. But reacting in an interview on Channels Television on Monday, Dati Baba Ahmed asked Okowa to present anyone that has experience more than his principal Peter Obi. In his words, it is untrue that Obi does not have enough experience. He is more experienced than any of the contestants. Show me anyone who has more experience than Peter Obi. None of them have as much as Peter Obi has. Speaking on structure, Baba Ahmed argued that Labour Party has structure called people-oriented structure, as stratified structure. He opined that himself and his principal are looking forward to having a government in money and not money in government. So there it is right there. That somewhat not as full-throated as I was anticipating. So he somewhat concedes that Obi doesn't have experience. It's the totality of that clap back. Show me who has more experience. Everybody has more experience than Peter Obi. Terrorists setting up camps to launch attacking Yoruba land, Gani Adams raises alarm. Gani Adams, the area Nokokanfo of Yoruba land, has again raised the alarm over alleged plot by armed terrorists to attack states in the southwest region of the country. Gani Adams said the intelligence report he received showed that terrorists were setting up camps in forests in Osun, Oyo, and Ogun State. We are aware of their plans to strike in Lagos, Ibadan, Oyo State, and Abeokuta in Ogun State. However, I implore all governors in the southwest to recruit local security structure in their various local governments, he said. Speaking in a statement issued by his media aide, Kende Aderemi, on Monday, the Yoruba leader accused the federal government of watching whilst the terrorists accumulated sophisticated weapons to unleash terror on the people. He asserted that security and the economy have turned for the worst under President Muhammad Buhari's regime, noting that all the sectors have virtually collapsed. Now, we now have a situation in which family members are being forced to raise 100 million naira to pay ransom. The money is delivered to these terrorists to buy more weapons, and the government is merely watching. The information reaching me today is that the terrorists are in between Osu Forest and Ile-Ife, Osun State, fully armed with various ammunitions, and they are present in the forest between Abeokuta and Ibadan, planning to attack us in the southwest. This is one piece of information that we need to act on in order to avoid a possible calamity. Yorubas are not cowards, so let everybody in the southwest be vigilant and be watchful in checking these insecurity scourge that are already stiff-necking Nigeria and could not let the nation breathe, whilst revealing further that the terrorists were seen with a large cache of ammunition. Mr. Gani advised the Southwest governors to assemble local security agents in tackling the impending attack. So it gives us his full speech, but it's giving us the highlights. So I'm not going to read you the fullness of it because it's just too long-winded. But still with that space of insecurity, may God grant you success in kidnapping Malam Buhari, El Rufai, Garba Shehu, flog them well in the bush. Islamic preacher prays for terrorists. Yabo, who said the prayers whilst reacting to Shehu's comment on the terrorist threats, however, appealed. So let me see. Am I picking it up? Okay. Yabo, who said the prayer whilst reacting to Shehu's comment on the terrorist threat, however, appealed to the kidnappers to release innocent victims in their custody. A popular Islamic preacher based in Sokoto State, Bello Yabo, has prayed that terrorists who threaten to kidnap President Mohamed Buhari, Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State, and Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu, should be successful in their mission. Yabo, who said the prayer whilst reacting to Shehu's comments on terrorist threats, however, appealed to the kidnappers to release the innocent victims in their custody. He insisted the terrorists are free to kidnap Nigerian top leaders. Correspondents earlier reported how terrorists who abducted passengers of a Kaduna-bound train on March 28, 2022, in a viral video, threatened to kidnap President Buhari, El-Rufai, and some lawmakers if they did not comply with their demand. But Shehu was reacting to the threat, had said that the terrorist activities using propaganda and the use of violence to force governments to accept or submit to political demands is not new all over the world. In response to Shehu's statement, the Islamic cleric berated him, Shehu, for simply describing the threat as propaganda. The cleric accused Shehu of being insensitive to the unfortunate plight of kidnapped victims. According to a report by correspondents, Yabo prayed for Shehu to fall into the hands of kidnappers. I pray that they kidnap you, Garba Shehu, and demonstrate as propaganda. We are praying for your kidnappers. May God grant you success in carrying out your threat to kidnap those people. Please release the innocent people in captivity. If these are the kind of people you have been abducting all this while, we wouldn't have bothered ourselves. We would have instead prayed and blessed you because they have become a disaster to us. These are people who promised heaven and earth, and now they have the opportunity but became incompetent. Take them to the bush and flog them instead of humiliating innocent citizens who are striving to make ends meet. And please make good your threat, and we will support you with prayers. So there it is right there. So that is where we are now in Nigeria. So now this is now the final readout. Reno Omokri makes U-turn over consistent attacks against Peter Obi. Former presidential aide Reno Omokri has made a U-turn on the consistent attack against Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi. Correspondents report that Reno often criticized the former governor of Anambra State and faults every of his statements, which earned him backlashes from the obedient. In a post shared on his Instagram page on Monday, the 1st of August 2022, the political activist said a mutual friend of his and Peter Obi has intervened between them. According to Reno, he has agreed to be neutral on issues regarding the LP flag bearer and keep to his words. He wrote, "A mutual friend of Peter Obi and I intervened between us. I respect him so much and agreed to accede to his request to remain neutral on Peter Obi. I have kept to my words, but if any obedience threaten or attack my 1-year-old daughter, then to your tent, O Israel. So this guy is just it's a FAGGOT. That is how I see him. It's just a queer. It's a strange fella. It's just some lady boy. Um, Nigerians react. While some social media users commended his decision, others claimed he will soon return to attacking Peter Obi. So with the obedience, say thank you for listening to that friend, Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a good man, deserves a chance to be our president. Because if we miss it this time, we will suffer for 8 years. Another one, after 1 hour, you will resume. Another one, I guess nobody intervened anything. Peter don't have any issue with you to start with. He never respond at all to you. You just noticed what you are doing will not change anything, so you can continue, sir. Another one, Ogareno, you have always been on the side of the people. The obedient movement is a continuation of the NSAS protest. We all know the part you played during the NSAS protest, spending your money to ensure those who were arrested were released. I respect your choice of candidacy. Change is constant. Another one, why would you attack Peter Obi because someone, even Peter Obi, does not know attacked you? Very funny and petty. Another one, ha ha ha, Omokri, you are funny. Your daughter, are you serious? Anyway, we know that you are obedient. You only provoke us to enrich your social media handles. Just be useful to Nigeria. I think that was meant to be useful. So there it is. So there it is right there, and here they are right here. So gentlemen, as ever, I want to try and cap this 5 hours or less. So 5 hours or less, as we welcome Ovie Omagbaje, of course, son of God. Good to see you again. Ajale Koko, the daddy of them all. So Ajale Koko, the daddy of them all. Thomas from Australia, Saki Fada, the man with the baritone, and Moses Fadipe, who comes as a dove. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So let me kick it off then and start it off with let me start it. Okay, let me start it off with you, Ovie, since you seem primed and ready to go. So let me start it off with you, Ovie, and take you then to where we started off. Rufai Hussaini, of course, who I have no truck with. Is all right. I don't detest him or anything, but somewhat an irritant. But he's broken the law, and he must face the consequences rather than whipping up his followership to launch at the state. So what are you then making of this case then, Rufai of Hussaini versus the Lagos State government?
What law does he break? Did he break?
Well, he was driving on a BRT lane, and then he was stopped then, and then he was strong-armed by the law enforcement, which was wrong. But the original crime was that he was driving on the BRT lane. So he has now been whipping up sentiments that the police pointed a gun at him, and they were heavy-handed, etc. That he did not know that it was a BRT lane, etc. But the Lagos State government is not buying that. They are saying that, well, your grouse with the Nigerian police force is your grouse with the Nigerian police force, but you, by your own admission, you have admitted driving on a bus lane and expect the penalties, the weight of the law on that. So big manism gone awry by this wayward guy from Arise.
I mean, he should face the law. You should use him as a prime example anyway. He's the big mouth for TV that decide this kind of activities. You can't tell me he doesn't know that. He didn't know that that's the BRT lane. He's been living in Lagos. All his adult life, if I'm not mistaken. He's very familiar with Lagos, and Lagos roads are not that complicated. The BRT lane are very, very obvious, even to the blind. So they should use him as an example to the detriment of others, to the others, even though go stop. But I mean,
Ovie, imagine if that was a politician that did that. It would be this same
that's what I'm
Rufai
saying.
quoting French philosopher and telling us, according to Russell Boko, according to Camus, you know.
He will tell you in London. Does not
Yeah,
happen. It will not
yeah,
happen in France. It will
yeah,
not,
yeah.
so it should be, I mean, it should face the consequences. That's what I should mean. It's a prime example. You shouldn't be doing that. They should look by what they preach about. They should be. And to me, I don't know why they hype about Rufai anyway. Rufai should not be on national TV in that capacity. Rufai should be doing what OJ, okay, or what's his name that he's doing. You know, servicing the online followership of Arise. Come talk trendy stuff. That's what he deserves. Not being on
the person that should really be in that Rufai position is that girl Adesua. Who is
Adesua is the chief.
Is a sharp brain, but Rufai is according to the French philosopher Camus, according to Voltaire,
Rufai na the east of Nigeria they favor him. Now who know who? My papa know this, my papa know this. That's where he got that job, and that's where he's staying on that job. It's not there because of the merit. Now because papa knows somebody. So it should not be. I've been from day one. I was like, who be this guy? You should be doing what exactly what Gay is doing. And as you rightly said, Adesua is the right person for that job. Adesua should take the place of Dotun, but I know why Dotun was there. I mean, his name speaks volume and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but if he breaks the law, he should face it. I mean, he runs his mouth too much in that kind of scenario. Anytime they happen to a politician or a celebrity or even ordinary Nigerian, he's quick to run all over the world and bring prime example. And yeah, he should face it. And as far as I'm concerned, he should face it. Then he can take it on with the police. That one on your own personal, just as the Lagos government was saying, go to the police. If that's
unfortunately, but perhaps fortunately for him, is nothing that will lead to a custodial sentence. It's more likely a fine,
Yeah, it's still one of the they are one of the problem of Nigeria anyway. They are in a way they are kind of above the law. So it just it's unfortunate that. But now pay attention to his space. I think soon somebody will commit such offense like that and see how he's going to react. Yes, he should pay the consequences, and after then he should take up the police to court, however it deems fit, and wish him luck. But Rufai is not somebody I will waste my time talking about because I don't see him as a journalist of direct that should be sitting beside a batty 24/7. No,
all right. Let me take you on from that space to another of it, and let me take you to the space then. So rougher fight has begun in politics, and Okowa, of course, firing the salvo. He just says it's nothing personal, and it's just really based on facts that this guy's experience, it lacks in depth, and it's not rich enough to take on the job. So I mean, there is nothing controversial in that statement. Peter Obi's experience does lack in depth and it's not rich enough to take on the job. So why all this whoopla and screaming and shouting for a guy that just told you what you already know?
First of all, Rufai Okowa has more experience than him politically, so he has the state. He's speaking from the right space. Two, one man. I don't blame them when they said Obi is a new guy. It is new. 90% of Obi followers were not old enough when he was in the government, when he was a governor, which is over 10 or 15 years ago. So 90% of his followers, they were babies when when Obi the government. Now Obi was reintroduced to them via the platform and PDP. That's 1999 election when he was running mate to Abubakar. But if you remember very well, that election of 1999, the PDP actually make good use of the social media. They didn't just go their way. They were very, very vocal on social media. So you can understand where this whole obedient brouhaha is coming from. So yes, 90% of them, those who are old enough, they just started following politics from 2019 or 2015 when Buhari came to power. So yes, it's new. It's new to them. I will take it from there.
You are somewhat right, VA, because if we take the average obedient voter, which is the Twitter space, as between the ages of, let's say, 23 to round about 27, 28, 10 years ago, he was a 13-year-old boy. So
Exactly.
all they was following is Ronaldo on television.
One man.
Huh?
Why do you guys always permit certain kind of questioning of people's experience or character? I just listened to, is it Toby Nation in his answer? I thought he was the OVA.
Yeah,
how can you be talking? How can you talk like this? OVA, you like to sound esoteric sometimes. You see a man of obese status, and you see a man who has governed the state. I think Okowa has governed that Delta State for 8 years. I don't think he has anything to show for it.
He's a senator. He was a senator.
Yes.
Okowa was a senator. Okowa was a local government chairman. He was a commissioner. He was.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Let his antecedents speak for him. What did he achieve that is monumental? For how many years he was in
Listen to learn. Don't listen to argue. Because you're arguing, I don't want to use any words. Listen to learn. What I said, first, I compare Obi to Okowa himself. They're not at the same level. In terms of political qualification, they are not on the same level. However you want to twist it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say you don't have your opinion. What I'm trying to say here is that
it is not my opinion. That's a fact.
Hold on, Ovi. Hold on, X0. But it's not actually Ovi saying these words. Is repeating what Okowa said.
Yes, I know.
Which is the view of a lot of people, that Peter Obi's experience in governance, somewhat very limited and very, very pedestrian, certainly not sufficient enough for the task ahead.
You have just compounded it, man. One man.
Young man, can you just listen?
Ovi lost the point. The point is not how long or how far, it's how well.
Yes, and that as well.
With your discerning mind, you should be rebuking a person who is using how far he has been in government to.
Can you listen? Can you listen to learn, please? Can you listen to learn?
Okay, teach me, sir.
I said the messenger. I am actually focused on the messenger now, which is Okowa. He has the right. He's qualified to criticize Obi in that capacity, but he's more qualified than him politically. So what did they argue about?
Okay, please let me just point out what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing with you that what you're saying is wrong. He cannot criticize. He can criticize. But what I'm saying is, if a man who has been in a position but's done badly criticizes somebody who is new in that position but has done well, do we even say he has the right to criticize him?
Okay. That is not how you qualify somebody's experience. Okay, we are not talking about what he has done. We're not talking about his capacities of the job he has done. We're talking about his experience. That's what the man is criticizing him about. And I'm not even going that deep. I am just saying, who is making this accusation? If you want to even put it that way, who is this man? Just like when Buhari called in a quote-unquote Nigerian youth lazy, I say yes, he qualified to do that because as a young man, he was already in a position of leadership. So that is where I'm even seeing it from. Who is this man? If now me come out under the criticize as you know get experience, then you can come to me that way and say, okay, what do you get? How much experience do you have? Can you say that to Okowa who has accused him of inexperience? No. So I can listen, just listen to learn, not listen to come and argue blindly. You don't know what you're arguing about.
I'm not just arguing with you.
So why you take our time? Why are you wasting our time?
No, listen.
If you agree with me, you are wasting our time.
No, listen. If a poor man tells a man who has employed so many people, who is rich, that he doesn't even know how to make money, and even that poor man has lived longer than Methuselah in this world, would you even listen to that?
Then my second point is that the obedience don't know Obi. They were kids when Obi was coming up. You just exhibited that my example. You are the classical case of my example.
You guys are
all right.
We are talking of experience. We are talking of people who's going to that.
All right. X0, land your point and then let Ovie move on.
Yes,
I
still feel that we should go straight to the point and point out square pegs that are in round holes. This man has not achieved anything, that has been in Delta State for more than 8 years, and is criticizing somebody who did very well in his state. I don't think we should be talking about how far how long he has been in politics, but what did he achieve to qualify him to criticize a man who brought the state from what position to number 1 in education? That is what we should be. That's what we should be pointing out. Not he's qualified to say this. So
that qualifies him to be education minister now. That qualifies him to
be zero. You can't say for fact that Okowa did not do anything in the state now.
I want to try to remember what he did now.
Obedient. Now, not be a big problem. Obedient. Now, not be a big problem.
Box, please. I'm trying to remember
you have to leave the space for criticism of Peter Obi. So leave
no,
the space.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not even an obedient kind of person. I'm just saying I'm trying to remember what Okowa did that qualifies him.
Okay. All right. I'm sure his followers will tell you what he has done.
I'm sure Toby Nation can tell us. I'm sure.
You they drift away from the conversation we are having. Okay, what that man said was very clear.
Try to remember what Okowa did, please. I want to try to remember, but I'm still finding that.
All right. As you try to remember, go back to your commentaries, Ovie, on like I said, it's going to get ugly, and it's already getting ugly. Hold on. It's not on this platform, but in the political space. Because it's going to turn into it's already turning into a ruffle fight.
Oh my God!
And is already signaling how he's coming at it. But his commentaries, what
now be a big problem, and I don't blame
I don't want us to be spending too much time on this sort of satellite. Go back to the main topic of it. Back to Okowa's commentaries.
All right. Yeah. So the man from. As I said, the man who is making the criticism, who is he? He's more than qualified to criticize to bring that capacity. And 2, yes, Obi is new. Obi is new to his followers. Obi is new to the obedience. Just as we earlier agree on, a lot of them were young. Even those who are old enough now, but they don't follow politics at that time. Thanks to Atiku Abubakar bringing in and introducing into them, and the platform Pastor Peju, who actually introduced Obi to the scene. If not, what else do they do? That's why they are quick to jump at their own case when you are trying to point at this easy point that you are pointing at. They will quick to attack you. Because that's all they have to do. They don't. I mean, I deliberately listened to that interview before I actually joined this program, and the man, I'm impressed because he has learned. He has learned to choose his word. He has learned to come in. He has learned to actually align himself with the obedient and the Obi himself and the party. And that's a good start. It's pretty much an upgrade from where he started from. And that is what the obedient should learn. This is not attacking anybody that point out your shortcoming. It's not going to lead you guys anywhere. It's not going to. If my point of view is not open to be, it's actually weighing on him because every time he faces the camera, he has to defend how his followers are behaving. That's not helping him.
You see, Ovie, the selling point because like a lot of people will say that the Peter Obi he's served 2 terms, by the way, 8 years. So you should be able to be reeling off achievements after achievements. But really, because it was such a pedestrian administration, the only go-to is that he turned education to number 1 in the country, which I don't think people have interrogated that space yet. But that qualifies him to be education minister, if that is true. So that after 8 years of governance, I don't know. But sorry, Ovie, the greater point that Okowa is making is the point that people are circling around this Peter Obi narrative, that it is just not empty talks. This guy has been tested. He was not especially stellar in his record. So what is he bringing that you are shouting around the obedience?
Even in that education space, for God's sake, go Kanu. Go see what the governor do when it comes to education. 2 brand new universities, over 35 colleges and vocational studies around Kanu and the environment. This is a man who has actually gone and said, yes, I have my citizens and other Nigerians in every university in the country, and went ahead and made sure their living standard is up to par. Built He built a hostel for almost all the universities that the people who are in constituency are represented. This is a man who has sent thousands of Nigerians outside abroad, mainly to study for education purpose. If you are talking about somebody who's achieved anything in education, that is where you should be pointing at. Not because you carry state where they fail exam. You carry them and enter second position, and that's an achievement. So that one, I don't do everything. You have overdone. You don't cover the educational sector. What happened to the higher institution in that country? Did you build any institution? Did you build any secondary school? Did you bring new people into this educational system? Did you actually qualify people in other environment in terms of education? The answer is no. So when we won't begin going into detail of his 8 years administration, at the end of the day, now we will get past. So when people they talk, when I go just jump up, that's right now. So I want to win an election. You cannot win an election like that. You are just making the job more difficult for your principal, because he has to defend this kind of, unruly behavior every time. Uncooked argument when they put every day. He has to keep defending it. The main time that he have to actually break down his policy and what he will do, they use and they defend you now. Come on, man. Instead of you to listen, just listen to somebody. However, I agree with them. There's always I'm not talking out of it. There's nothing I've said that I just manufactured from my head. No, I'm just basically saying what is out there already. That are facts. The man Okowa who is criticizing Obi is more qualified than him on every standard. They not be mates when they come to this journey where they go. So they not be mates.
No, sorry, Ovia, can I ask you?
Huh?
Ovia, can I ask you?
Go ahead.
What are you eating? What are you eating? What are you eating?
Are you comparing Obi and Atiku?
No, I'm comparing Obi and Okowa.
Are you saying that Okowa is more experienced than Obi?
Yes. Yes. Politically, yes.
You are just committing fallacy of argumentum ad hominem.
What did Obi be? What is there? What is his qualification that politically? What is Obi qualification politically? He's just interim governor. That's it. And a former running mate to Atiku.
One man with dictionary now.
I'm searching Google for it now as we are speaking.
Where's my helmet? Make I carry my helmet. Put for head.
What is the qualification when you get politically?
Look at Obi. You are committing argumentus ad hominem. That's what you are committing.
Missile, they come.
You are committing
intercontinental missile.
Argumentum ad hominem. That's what you are committing. So don't otherwise known as.
You guys told me what's happening?
I don't know. It's Sake is bringing.
Zaki, where the anti-aircraft missile where we go use to jam this your missile now?
No, I'm very serious. It's just committing.
Saki, I don't hear the grammar when you speak. I didn't hear that. But tell me what qualification Obi has apart from being a two-time governor.
I said you are committing.
What other qualification does he have politically?
I said you are committing.
Apart from being a two-time governor.
I said you are committing argumentum ad hominem. It's very simple.
Yes.
I'm putting it back to you now. I'm asking you. Can you maybe I don't know Obi qualification. Maybe I don't know Obi qualification. Can you please tell us Obi qualification?
I know what ad hominem is. So to interpret the argumentus will be just argument for argument's sake, and ad hominem is a personal attack.
One man. I am asking him right now. I don't know what Obi qualification is. Please, can you tell me politically what Obi qualification is?
What are the qualifications we want to see? Haven't you read the CV?
All right. Okay. Let me answer that.
Why is this so hard for you to answer a simple question?
Hold on, everybody.
No, let me tell you.
Can you? When I say everybody,
that
sorry, that includes you, Saki. So hold on, everybody, and let's bring the tempo down a little bit. But let me bring you because we keep knocking a bit. So let me just give you a quick run through of what I typed in Obi's achievement as Anambra governor, and this was what came up at the top. It says it's listed in alphabetical order. A, management of funds. Under Obi, Anambra became the first state in Nigeria to start sub-sovereign wealth savings, the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. At the time, many other governors were leaving huge debts. Peter Obi stated he left the equivalent of $500 million in investment in Anambra State, both in local and foreign currency, including $156 million in dollar-denominated bonds. The Nigerian Debt Management Company rated Anambra as the least indebted in Nigeria. Peter Obi received praise for not borrowing to fund his projects. The Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria rated Anambra as the most financially stable state. Many ambassadors and high commissioners of notable countries such as the United States, Britain, etc., visited Anambra for the first time when Obi was governor. Obi personally remarked that before his tenure, Anambra was like a pariah state, blacklisted by diplomatic corps. Development partners such as UND, something, so it goes on to do. So education, which is the marquee that they always vaunt of its achievements. So education, Obi oversaw the return of schools to their original missionary owners, with the government continuing to cater for the school's staff salary, whilst the mission were in charge of general administration. This proved to be a super efficient strategy, as the state rose from 24 out of 36 states to become number one in the National Education Council, etc., etc. Obi's government procured and distributed 30,000 computers to secondary schools. Peter Obi's administration provided Microsoft academies to over 500 secondary schools, and on it goes. So these are all. Also, Yamanex. But
one man. What is the table of contention here? What is Okowa accusing Obi from? Is it performance or is qualification? I need to know. Because just because I graduate with a decision in WAEC doesn't mean all of my qualification is that I have a WAEC certificate. That's my qualification.
Can I ask you?
You can't never wait till I carry come up for that my WAEC. All I have is WAEC.
Can I ask you? You have a BSc, I have a BSc. You have first class, I have 2-1. But I have a BSc and you have a BSc, right? Right? So when you are not asking somebody, what is your qualification? You know, what are you going to say? Are you going to say my qualification is first class? Are you going to say my qualification is Bachelor of Science?
My qualification is I have a PhD.
If somebody asks you what is your qualification?
No, sorry. What point are you making? Because you are leaving us.
No, what he's trying to say is that someone may have WAEC and the other person has WAEC. And the other person will have like 8 distinction, while the other person have F9 in the WAEC. That the other person that has 8 distinction is like that his qualification is that they are not on the same level, something like that. So my question is, what you are saying, you are trying to give an example. So I'm asking you a question on that basis. You know? You want to tell me
just like what I said to the other guy, just listen to learn. Listen. Don't listen to argue. If you are listening to argue, you will miss the point.
Yeah.
You understand? That's what I'm asking. Are we talking about his performance or his qualification? Because I need to know what I'm talking about.
Performance.
Let's not deviate the conversation.
That is not what Okowa is. That is not what Okowa is criticizing.
Hold on, okay. Let's not deviate the conversation. Because we will go down that rabbit. We will spend half an hour on that and we'll never agree. But let's go back to specifically what Okowa said, which is to say that Peter Obi's experience, yes, he has, but is too limited and constrained for the complexity of the job ahead. So, with that being what has been said, Ovie, give us a commentary on that, but don't label it because now we're spending too much time there.
I'm not even criticizing that. I'm just saying, who is even making this accusation? Is this person qualified to criticize Obi or not? That is where I'm coming from. Is overqualified to criticize Obi? What is it so hard for you to see there? Okowa is overqualified to criticize Obi. Forget that he's running for president. He is overqualified to criticize him. That is my point. But we're not going to listen to learn that they argue to attack.
Don't make your claims very bogus. Make it very Make it so that we understand it.
Now,
What do you mean when
I
you
am
say
taking
that?
it from
No.
the base. Listen, now again, I'm
What?
taking it from the
No.
basis. I started from who is making this accusation first.
Okay, yeah.
Is this person qualified to make this accusation to criticize him? The question is yes.
I want to understand. What do you mean when you say that Okowa is overqualified to make that accusation?
I'm not saying to overqualified. I say he's more than qualified to criticize him.
So
it's the same thing.
As a two-time senator, a two-time governor, a secretary to the state government, he has achieved all these qualifications we are talking about. So yes, he's qualified to criticize Obi. Now, person like me, you go say, why they criticize Obi? What have I achieved? What have I done? Then I will agree, but not Okowa.
So I want to ask you a question.
Okowa is more than qualified to criticize Obi.
Ovie, I want to ask you a question. If somebody goes to university and from all he did everything, but his brain was not capable of passing, so he came out with third class, because it's not because any lecturer was against him. He couldn't perform. He came out with third class, and then you went to the same university after 5 years when that person has graduated, and you came out with the first class, and that person starts to criticize you. Would you say he's overqualified to criticize you?
No, they are of the same qualification. They are all graduates. They are all
graduated
have
5
just
years before you went to university.
All right. Ovie, round off your thoughts on that space, and then I
think
want to
Ovie is
move you
playing
on.
with words here. Just trying to
All right, but he's
balance
entitled, though. He's
You
entitled.
not
But
you are against Ovie, simple.
it's not that. Okay. Everybody stop. So it's not against Obi. We must allow the space for us to be critical. Who were we flogging yesterday that Ajane Koko got to agree? We were flogging Pa Adebanjo. Somebody as senior as that yesterday. Ajane Koko got to agree. So everybody is up for criticism and interrogation, really. So no, let him speak as he wills.
No, I'm not against him.
Yeah, but let him speak as he wills, but then you can argue to the contrary.
Yeah, that's why I just placed an analogy and he could not even talk. If somebody
you allow me to answer it now. These two people that can I answer your question. These people, their qualification that they have a they have a degree certificate. That's what they got. I don't care where one get distinction, one pass. Their qualification, that's where a level. Now we're talking about performance, that's a different ball game.
So now you can use
they all graduate with a university degree, that's all they have. These two people that you just put before me, who performance-wise now, then you begin to break it down. But that is not what we are talking about here.
Is that he's an old man in politics, but it's not. He didn't. What you can't even remember.
Oh my God!
You can't remember because the way you
let us move on.
All right, no, I'm going to have to remove you, Exedo, if you don't let the guy.
Come on,
yeah, so let's move on, and I'm going to move you completely away from that space. But before I move you away from that space, that is one of the talking points, and other commentators will comment on that space. Some of them will be complimentary, some of them will be critical, but you must allow people this space to have their views. So let me move you on from that space, because I don't think there's anything else you'll say in that space that
I agree with you. But the funniest thing is that anytime I quote Obi when he say anything good, do anything good, they go say, we know that you could be obedient. But anytime I criticize him, boom, it's not allowed. Don't you see a problem there?
All right. It certainly, even though Obi acknowledges that it's supporters should chill. But let me take you from that space. Terrorists setting up camps to launch attacks in Yoruba land, Gani Adams. So he's alarmed at that space before. He has been ignored, to be ignored no more, because now we are now seeing the impact of it in Owo and all over Yoruba land. Anytime you travel from Lagos to Ibadan, even, you have to call your pastor ahead and put him on commission till you get back.
Sorry, one man. I heard you reading that, reading the article, but I don't know why you use your own words, or that is the. Do I hear him saying Yoruba land or Fulani bandit, or did he put in any of these words?
Well, he said in Yoruba land, of course, because it's the area on Okakanfo of Yoruba land. He told us bandits are now camps with heavily sophisticated weapons in Yoruba land, and he identified the forest where they are camped, and is inviting the the state governors to have a strategy, because the calamity, I think as soon as Buhari leaves office, they will launch. So he's preempting that thing, because of course he has real on the ground information, and we've been seeing it, of course, in Owo and places like that. So Yoruba land surrounded, just like everywhere else in Nigeria.
Well, I mean, if that's how I put it, I commend him for that. But I mean, he has experience in that regard. He was a leader of OPC. They've done a lot of work during his own days before he became the oral accountant. So if he's raising that alarm, well, I see it. It's something that the security apparatus should look into, and to see that the attack didn't happen. If actually the alarm is not false, but I don't think it's false based on his antecedents, how he started and how he get to where he is. You know what he's talking about. And yes, for the fact that they are bandits ravaging havoc all over the country, northwest, east, and south, it's something to worry about. He did take it up with the security apparatus before he come out and start, saying it publicly. I don't know, but I think with the man of his position, I think he will not just come and be just running his mouth without first going through the right channel. If we go through the right channel and there's nothing is being done and he's ready to alarm, yes, I give him that. But the question is now that I think now that has raised the alarm, we should move into the next step. If the federal government is not ready to do the needful, well, the Amotekun are there, empower them. They have the right to defend themselves at this point, since even the man from Castina, Matawali, said everybody, these citizens should harm themselves. And if it's come to that, I will. That's the last resort. But again, is that the way to justify our is it I won't call him a warlord, since the BBC has given that credit to the terrorists, so I won't call him that. So I'm talking about Sunday Igboho now. We're now saying yes, this is what he stands for. I mean, I think that if something like that is actually taking place, we have to give Sunday Igboho his credit, even though he decided to put the Yoruba nation to actually dilute what he stands for, which actually ended up putting him in trouble. But it's a case to be concerned about, not just by the Yoruba people, but even Nigerians, because after the awareness.
All right, brilliant. So finally on this space, Ovie, Reno Omokri, he's now saying he's ready to sheathe his sword regarding criticism of Peter Obi. So it's one or two things. He's claiming that an emissary has come to intercede, but really that's a nonsense. It's one or two things. It's either he has been beaten down by you've experienced the obedience as well. When they come after you, no matter how thick your armor is, they will penetrate. So has it taken sufficient enough of a beating from the obedience for him to surrender? Or is it more the case that he's making all this noise and nobody is even paying attention to him? He's just fighting with the kids, essentially, because nobody senior in politics is responding to him. So Reno Omokri sheathing his sword, what do you think inspires that, Ovie?
I think again, it's still border to the obedience. If the obedience know that is Reno's job, that is exactly what he's supposed to do, provoke the opponent of PDP. I don't think they will be going after him the way they are going after him. They are just actually helping his case. This man's job is paid to just wake up every morning and look for loopholes within the obedience, within the Konkosia, within the BAT, and go after them. That is his job. And he's doing it well. He's doing it well because the obedience they lack experience in the angle. They don't know that is his job. So I don't see him piping them up. He's been getting to him. It's another strategy for him. And again, he has to listen. He has to follow the body movement of the OP himself and Dati, which they are coming to realization that this back, you know, go help us. So every opportunity they get, they try to speak to the obedience. Yes. So he recognized that these people are doing too much. But when it comes to Reno is not deterred by any form of shape at all. In fact, it's just getting started. You never even start there, because if I get paid to do the same job, I would do exactly or even better or even worse than he's doing. It's been paid to just throw people, and that to me, among all the political jobbers, that is the coolest job you can get within that space. I mean, just wake up every morning, look for people, begin go after them. What's cooler than that? But of course, just goes on to what I've been saying. Is you 99%, 90% of obedience, they never learn. They just come into the space. So they are actually fueling his making his job easier for him and also pumping the followership up. No, it's just another strategy for. I mean, he started by saying that.
All right. Finally,
He started by.
Can you instruct? Is this young man? Can you instruct him to go to bed so I can focus?
The guy, now is he obedient?
Yeah, I don't know. Where is you talking obedient? That is go to bed.
So you know? I think he started by saying that he had a conversation with somebody that he respected and he knows so well that they have a good conversation. That's another strategy. There's no way that guy is going to back down. He has never even started yet. He has not. I mean, when you have people like obedient be your daily customer, it's a good job to have. But again, not just Reno now. Pay attention to even Shegu. Is it Shegu they call the guy from what be this in platform name? Used to be Shore, one of these Shore boys those days. It's part of the Take It Back movement. I actually engaged him a couple of days ago, and he just he said, "Obedient, I experienced with them." Huh?
Oh, Shegu Objective TV.
Yeah, Shegu actually
that guy is the other guy. Is he still doing it?
It was like the obedience before. He get experience 4 years ago. They do gaga for sure until they hit them in the face. Now, I was surprised when I was talking to him a couple of days ago. He said, "Don't worry, I know, but they know they listen." I said, "Good." And he actually come out earlier today, and made about 8-minute video that because of the way these obedient people are doing, even the bat and the article. The candidate is going to support now is the three of them. If obedient carry their wala come, he go follow them. If they want hide for me, he go hide them. He no go follow them, hide you again. That is a man who is talking out of experience. He was part of the Take It Back movement. That's how his platform started anyway, and he generated a lot of followers up to today. So if that guy is talking like that, I understand where Reno is coming from. But Reno is not backing down. He's being paid heavily to just do just that, just go after your opponent. Whatever ridiculous news that you hear, that is trying to hammer at it. And of course, as I said, lack of experience, that they hate them. No, it's not backing them at all. It's not even started yet. Campaign never start now. When campaign start, all this will be there. They go tire yourself.
All right, brilliant. so brilliant work. So thank you, V. So V, 4 time. Let me go on from you to Son of God.
Hello. Yeah.
So can you not hear me? Yeah, so let me go on, from you, Ovie, to Son of God for reasons of time. And let me kick you. Son of God, are you ready to go?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. So good to have you again, Son of God. So Son of God, let me start you off where I started Ovie off. So is the now little skirmish that has been created by Rufai Hussaini driving on a bus lane, being stopped by the authorities, and now going on social media shouting, "Do you know who I am?" So do you know who I am? So if a politician had done that, he would be quoting Voltaire and all manners of French philosophers. So now above the law, the wayward youth from Rice TV. So what are you then making of Rufai Hussaini versus the Lagos State? Son of God.
Because I sort of follow him on social media. I didn't see because I follow him on Twitter. I didn't see any of his tweets where he was saying, "Do you know where I am?" I know I was following where he was saying that his car was impounded for traffic infraction, and then later on he said he was complaining that they put a gun to his head. And then after that, the next time I saw a tweet, he was saying that it's now been resolved. He's spoken to them, and that it's been resolved. So I didn't know there was any. I do you know who I am? I'm not even aware of that.
No, that
actually happened, or
no, that's my interpretation of how he presented. So that's me interpreting.
Okay. You are trying to put you're putting pepper in the story, Abi.
No. Is that not when he's making noise about breaking the law? He's doing. Do you know who I am now?
Anyway, yeah. Anyway, the way I read his tweet, I don't think he was boasting about breaking the law. But in any case, I think what he was trying to say was that the police should not put a gun to his head. Really, it's not because what he said. The first tweet he put there was that the police put a gun to his head, took his car keys, and drove his car away. So I was saying, well, this type of thing in Nigeria, that how can the police just drive somebody's car away like that? Then later on, he updated that he's still trying to sort it out, and then after he said it's been sorted. And obviously, if he's committed an offense, then he should just. I don't think it's going to be more than a fine anyway. So I guess the reason why he came on social media was that, from how I read it, I think it was the fact that the guy drew a gun, and I don't think the policeman should draw a gun. Really, it's not an offense that should involve somebody bringing, because this is how they kill people in Nigeria. Sometimes they draw this gun and then the gun goes off and somebody dies. So really, if he was complaining about the gun, I can understand that. I'm not supporting the fact that he did something wrong, but obviously, you know how Lagos is. Lagos, everybody's obviously he's done the wrong thing there. So what should happen? He should be fined for it, and everybody will just everybody will move on.
The Lagos state government is
a big.
The Lagos state, son of God, the Lagos state government is threatening that they will vest the fullness of the weight of the law on him, and the fullness of the penalty of what he has done, he will pay. So they are promising to punish him, and it's the spokesperson.
Yeah, I understand that, but what can they do? They can't put him in jail for going into the BRT lane. I mean, in Lagos, it's not Lagos that, well, some people, I know how Lagos is. It happens a lot. Every time I go to Lagos, I see it. I mean, but what they should do, they're obviously going to use him, make an example, maybe fine him or whatever. That's the worst. They can't put him in jail. So I don't know what they can do. So what are they going to do? Fine him heavily, maybe fine him the maximum. But really, that's where they want to make an example. But after that, it shouldn't. It's not a big thing. I think it's just everybody should move on. You should apologize, take his punishment, and move on.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So we try very hard, but it's inevitable that Peter Obi will always come up because he's constantly in the headlines. And we try not to go there really because of what we just experienced there. Anytime his name comes up, it's just a visceral, he's just, well, we all know why. It's the obedience, isn't it? But so tread carefully as you go in this direction.
Why do you always think? Can I stop you? Why do you always say it's the obedience? You always seem to, because even though I know I was on for the first time yesterday, I've listened to loads of your recordings, and I think somehow you always think the obedience are always the one that are to blame. That's how I read it. You always think it's always their fault. I don't know why you read it like that.
Let me tell you, when somebody is being critical of Peter Obi, and then rather than to have an engagement around the criticism, they start to attack the person. It's usually the obedience. Even Peter Obi has told us that he's asking them to stop it. So even Peter Obi acknowledges that they're just wild, So they are like I don't know. They maybe I'm not saying they should be put in a cage.
I think you are not everybody's wild. Not everybody's wild.
Who
I listen to a lot. He's not wild. So not everybody's wild.
Yeah, Baba Akure is not it's a pretend obedient now. Baba Akure is not an obedient.
Okay, that's what you think. That's your own opinion. That's your own opinion. Okay, that's your own opinion. Okay, that's fine.
Baba Akure eats amala now. How can somebody that eats amala support Peter Obi? It's not the diet now.
What does that got to do with obedience? What does that got to do with obedience?
All right. All right. So let me take you to the Obi space.
When you give Obi credit.
Let me take you to the Peter Obi space then.
Go on, anyway.
Let me take you to the Peter Obi space, son of God. And Okowa, and this is within the realms of politics. So he's saying that Peter Obi's backdrop, his antecedents, is too narrow and too small for the complexity of the job that needs to be taken on in 2023.
Okay.
And setting everything aside, just as a statement of fact, does that hold as a statement of fact that Peter Obi's experience is too narrow and too small for the complex job needed in 2023? Son of God.
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think if you look back at the problem we have in Nigeria is that we always talk about experience. Most of the problems we have in the country today have been caused by those people that have experience. I mean, before Buhari came in, everybody thought, oh, he's the past head of state, this and this and that. He's been one of the worst people that have ever ruled the country. So, I mean, all this talk about experience, it should be about, I think somebody was saying, I don't remember who was talking. A lot of people have made comments. It shouldn't be about what this person is more experienced. It should be about, I think the problem with Nigeria is that we waste time talking about a lot of mundane issues, things that are not important. What is important is this person that is talking. What has he ever done? Okay, what has he achieved? You should be talking about the quality of work, the body of work that he has. What has he done in the past? That's what we should be talking about. Not talking about, oh, that's more experience. The ones that have been experienced all these past 30, 40 years, what have they done? Their experience have not led Nigeria anywhere. So all that talk about, oh, it's more experience, all that, I don't think that's what we should be talking about now. We should be talking about, let's talk about the issues, the person that can handle the issues. And if you say it's going to be Atiku that can do it, you tell us, okay, Atiku can do it based on he did this here, he did this here, he did this here.
Is that not experience? Is that not experience? Is that not experience? Is that not experience?
That's what. Let's talk about issues like that. Let's stop talking about just waffling without making no points. If you say somebody has experience, can you give me examples of where that person experienced, what he's done in the past, how he's going to use that to move the country forward? Not just tell me, oh, he's been in government for 30 years. He's been a senator for 20 years. Because he's been a senator for 20 years, he's been a governor for 30 years, that means he can solve our problems. No, that's not good enough. What we want to hear is that when he was a senator, this is what he did. When he was a local government chairman, this is how he changed his local government. This is what the improvement he brought there. That's what we want to see. Because it's based on his body of work, it's based on what he's done, it's based on that Nigerians can now trust him. And so, okay, what you have, your antecedents, your body of work, based on that, we can trust you. It should not be about.
Hold on, son of God. Is that not what Okowa is querying about Peter Obi?
Yeah.
He is querying his body of work. He's saying that Peter Obi.
Well, no. You are making an assumption here.
Right.
All he said is that he's not experienced enough. I want him to give us some more details based on why he thinks he's not experienced enough.
Okay? And he said his experience is not deep enough. It's not deep enough. His experience is not deep enough.
It's not deep enough based on what?
Based on
Atiku is deep enough.
Hold on over here. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, okay. It's okay, but the problem is that those other people who have been very experienced, who have all the deep experience, what have they ever done for the country? This is the problem. This is where we are. That's what I'm saying. All these people who we trust, they have deep experience, they know everything, they know what have they done in the past because it has to be based on that. It can't just be based on they have experience. So based on that, we should entrust them again. We've been doing that for the past how many years? Has that led Nigeria to anywhere? This is the problem. If you take someone that has no experience, if you're going to try someone that has no experience, and let's see what they do. Instead of talking about people that have experience and they do nothing.
Is that not a greater risk? Is that not a greater risk? If you are saying the people with experience, and I'm not sure that I entirely agree with you, because Obasanjo was somewhat of a success. Yar'Adua was somewhat successful. Goodluck Jonathan did okay. So it's not a categorical failure all the way through. And these are experienced men. But Peter Obi, he has nothing to bring other than these peppy little mantras that he excites the gullible with.
That's okay. I know if this is your own opinion, that's fantastic. You know, the thing about this thing is that people are locked in their corners. People that want to feel that Peter Obi can do something, they have their reasons why they support him. People that don't support him, they have their own reasons why they don't support him. If this is how you feel about Peter Obi, don't vote for him. I mean, it's as simple as that. You vote for the person you want to vote for. It's as simple as that. It's not a problem. If you think that this other person is the one that has all the experience, is one that can change things for you, that's fine. I don't think I'm not the thing about this thing. I always tell people that there's some people that you cannot win over. You just have to accept the fact that there's some people that you cannot convince. Some people feel that their candidate is the best person, so you let them get on with it. That's fine. You don't have to convince everyone. So people that you cannot convince, that just move on. It's fine.
But son of God, the problem is Peter Obi is making the political space look untidy with these peppy little isms and cliches that is rolling out to the red meat eaters. You know, it's just throwing red meat to you into the cage. You know, so it's just making the political space is making the space look untidy. You know, so people really want to park him aside.
In your own opinion.
So you don't think he's making the space look untidy?
That's fine. If you want to park him aside, no, that's what I wanted to say. In my own opinion, you say, in my own opinion, he's making the place untidy, and you want to park him aside. That's your own opinion, but it doesn't mean that everybody has to agree with you. Some people will agree with you, and some people will not agree with you. So it's got to the point now where people that you can't always try. I try not to get into these arguments because sometimes it's a waste of time. People are locked in their corners. They have their own preferred person, and it doesn't matter what you say to them. This is what they want to do. But what I keep saying is that most of us that are on this forum here, we're not living in the country. The people that are living in the country, the people that are feeling the pinch, okay, the people that are there, okay, they're the ones that are going to decide based on what we're going through in the country now, okay, because they're the ones that are suffering, okay. Based on what we're going through now, who do we think is going to get us out of where we are? And that's the ones that are going to make the decision eventually. So most of us, or some of us, are locked in our positions. It doesn't matter what I say to you. If you think this is going to be the person that's going to do it, you're going to go with that person. It doesn't matter what I say to you, okay? Even if Tinubu turns to whatever today, or Atiku turns to whatever, people that are locked in with them are locked in. People that are locked in with Obi are locked in, okay? The problem, most people think that, or lots of people that have your own point of view, they keep saying that Obi is not going to do anything, Obi is not going to make it, but they keep saying those things, but then they keep talking about Obi all the time. If you guys think he's not going to achieve anything, it's just going to be a waste of time, he's just making noise, then let him just get on with it. Let him make his noise, and then the people that are going to win, then Tinubu or Atiku will win, and then everybody will go home.
Well, yeah, it is as I said now. It's making the place look untidy. So we need to pack him aside quickly so that senior politics can. You don't.
I don't know how you're going. How are you going to pack him aside? How are you going to do that? You can't wave a magic wand.
No, by debunking the myths, that is around all this storytelling that is doing by debunking it.
Well, but you know, the funny thing about Peter Obi, the thing that makes him unique, if you look at it compared to other, I was saying this yesterday. The thing that makes him unique from other people is that he always says one thing, even though people might laugh about it. He will say, anything I say to you, please go and verify yourself. Okay, that is unique. That is his unique selling point. No other politician in Nigeria says that. So this is what he's captured that space. He always says to you, go and verify. So if you go and verify and you don't like it, go and vote for somebody else. So if you think that he's all waffle, he has no substance, when you verified all the things he said, okay, then move on. Go and vote for somebody else. It's as simple as that. So, but if you go and verify, you think what he's saying makes sense, then you can vote for him. It's just as simple as that.
All right, but well, hopefully it doesn't last for too much longer, and the anticipation is that it will not last for too much longer.
Well, you've been saying that one man. I remember one man. I remember when you said, because I listened to one of your very old recordings. I remember at the very start, you felt it was going to last for a few weeks, and then it'd be over. And we've been saying that. We'll see what happens to the end of the year.
Yeah, but it's losing momentum, though. Is it not losing momentum? It's losing momentum now, as we can all see. Yeah. Because
I think some of the things you're saying, you're hoping the things you're saying are things you're hoping that is going to happen. But you can't hope and it happens. So we'll see. We'll see what happens between now and the end of the year. Things will be clearer. One thing for sure is that by Christmas time, it'll be clear where this is going. It'll be clear where everything is going. By between now and Christmas, it'll be very clear to everyone what's happening.
All right. Let me take you to another space, son of God. It says, may God grant you success in kidnapping President Buhari El-Rufai Garba Shehu, flog them well in the bush. Islamic preacher prays for terrorists. So I think this, I'm not sure that it necessarily wishes that. This is a senior cleric called Bello Yabo in Sokoto State. So the response of the administration to that video released by the bandits, where they were flogging just innocent Nigerians as they were pleading for their lives, threatening to sell them off. And Garba Shehu, somewhat derisorily, says, "Oh, this is just propaganda, and we should ignore it." So this seems to have vexed people to the point that this cleric now raining curse on them. So what are you then making then of the pronouncement of the cleric, son of God?
So if I didn't actually hear, I didn't follow that particular news. So is the cleric saying that that the thing is made up? Is that what he's saying? Is he saying that it's not real? I don't really understand.
No. The cleric
is made up.
No, the cleric is not saying it's made up. The cleric is angered and upset somewhat by the somewhat pretense response by the government, especially via Garba Shehu, who dismissed that video of the flogging out of hand, that it is propaganda. And then the cleric is now wishing it upon him, Buhari El-Rufai, and the rest of them. So he's inviting the cleric to let them.
I think this is I agree with that. I think this is one area at least I would like. If I don't agree with the APC on anything, I think at least I agree with this their spokesman. I think I was just saying to somebody the other day, I really wish that they can actually kidnap Buhari, because it's good. Somebody high in government, they need to kidnap one of them so they can feel this pain. Because it's very easy when it's not affecting your family, it's not affecting someone close to you. Because it's horrible that it's only in Nigeria this kind of thing will be happening, where the government just like see if nothing has happened. Those people have been abandoned. There's no one talks about them. It's just I agree with I agree with what the cleric is saying. Really, somebody high in government should be kidnapped. They should kidnap someone, or then maybe they would take things more seriously. Because right now, as far as they're concerned, it doesn't actually matter because it's not their family member. It's not, but it's horrible. Everything in Nigeria has collapsed. It's just the whole. It's just a shame.
It's the sense of detachment that really upsets people. Because when that incident happened, the Kaduna Abuja kidnap, there was a gala event, a dinner party organized at Aso Rock that same day, and on that same day, they were showing us images of Buhari, Oshibanjo, etc., all dressed in white agbada, clicking glasses and smiling and joking. So that upset people. 2 days after that event, the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, he declares he wants to run for president. When it's something under your own portfolio, the whole nation is... So they just don't care. It's that sense of detachment that really upsets people.
No. Nigeria is just like this. This is the problem. This is exactly what I was saying to you yesterday. We need a clear out. Nigeria, we need a clear out of these old people, these same people that have recycled themselves. We need these people. They have no conscience. It's terrible what is going on. We need all of them just to leave. We need to start afresh. We need to sweep all of them out of the place and start afresh, because it's just crazy what is going on in that country. It's just, it's as if nothing is happening. They don't care about anything. Everything has collapsed, but it's as if they're not living in the same country. Everything, nothing works. It's just they're living in a small bubble. It's just I don't know.
It's unbelievable. If it is. All right. So, son of God, you are talking about a clear route. So certainly when they are clearing out, I hope they clear this guy out as well. Reno Omokri makes U-turn over consistent attacks against Peter Obi. So this guy now, I'm never really sure what to make of him. I find him somewhat clownish. And really, I think Peter Obi doesn't even pay him any attention. Is really what is killing him. Reno Omokri again, clowning himself.
Yeah. The this is where I will give Peter Obi some sort of credit. When all these people are coming after him, it's just like water off a duck's back. He just doesn't care. He doesn't he tries not to get involved. And I think that's probably the best way. Let people say what they want to say, and then just let's. I mean, Renault obviously he's just dancing to the tune of his paymasters. That's what he's doing. But this one, what he's saying here, that it's not going to attack him anymore. That's rubbish. Of course he is. Yeah, I think it's all about attention seeking. Sometimes the P2B space, it seems to be some of them use it to, if they want a little bit of publicity, they will say something about P2B because they know lots of his supporters are very, very they're very passionate about their support for him, and the problem is that people don't understand the support that he has is because for the first time some of these Nigerians, many people might say it's false hope they have, or they're having hope in the wrong person, but for the first time most of these young people who have never cared about politics, don't care, for the first time they're actually keen into something. So that's why they're so passionate. And when anyone attacks, says anything about the cause that their so-called movements, they get very angry and they attack. So he's just feeding off it. So when he wants some publicity again, he will go out and say something again. Obviously, he knows lots of them out there, the passionate ones, will jump on it again, and then he will carry on. So he will wait for it. He will come back and say something again. That's for sure. You're just saying that for now. I can't hear you anymore. I think you've muted yourself.
So sorry. Yes. So I was saying thank you.
Yeah,
yes, I do that sometimes. So I was saying that I see Reno Omokri in somewhat the same way that I see people like Dele Momodu, Femi Fani-Kayode. They're just like hired opinions,
no.
They're like hired guns,
Yeah.
They just go around saying nonsense to collect the last vestiges of reputation that they have. They just want to milk it for as much as they can.
They don't have any reputation. I mean, the problem with Nigeria is that many of the so-called the political class, many of them don't have a profession. If you ask someone like Dino, Reno, what do they actually do for a living? Most of them, Dino is flashing his cars, his houses. What does he do for a living? Nothing. They have no job. Most of the politicians in Nigeria, they have no job. They are rich, they have so much money, but if you ask them what they do, they have no job. They just have money because they take money from the treasury. And this is the problem we have in Nigeria. All the politicians, they just milk the country, take all the money. They have no job. They just, it's crazy. It's just crazy.
Son of God, I was watching an interview with Fashola earlier on with Shehu, whatever his last name is, and it was so sad. They were talking about the Lagos Ibadan Expressway, and so what Shehu actually asked him is that you've been in government for 7.5 years now. So can you tell us maybe at least a minimum of 5 projects that you initiated, started, and have completed? And he could not come up with a project that they initiated, or he was doing, government is a continuum, you know how he likes to bully people. And that guy then took him to Lagos Ibadan Expressway, and he was saying, when is this road going to be completed? And he was giving us excuses after excuses. He said, you know the topography of what topography? You are taking 7 years to build a 120-kilometer road. So if we take 7 years to build a 120 something kilometer road, then at that pace, the world will come to an end before Nigeria never ever. It was just so sad, and I was just looking at the guy that oh my God, you know, oh my, you've got 7 years and all you are still rolling out is excuses. It's just so sad.
It's no, because the problem, there's no accountability in the country. That's the problem. We have no accountability. The government is not accountable to anyone. They budget billions every year. They budget the money. I mean, you can imagine a government that have increased the debt profile of Nigeria by $90 billion. In 7 years, they brought an extra $90 billion. And nobody knows what's happened to that money. And it's horrible. I mean, it's just if
you want to see what's happened,
it's so bad.
If you want to see what's happened, son of God, you have to pay attention to when they are getting married. When Buhari's son was getting married, or maybe somebody at that level anyway, 120 private jets landed at there. 120 private jets. I'm not sure. Maybe America has more private jets, but
you can imagine the cost of one.
Yes.
The cost of hiring one of them.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
This is what they're doing with that's what they're doing with the country's money. That's what they're doing with the country's money. It's a shame. It's a shame. That's why I keep saying we need a clean out. We need a clean out. They all have to go. All of them. We need to start afresh. We need to start afresh. It's terrible.
All right, brilliant. It's so sad, but I don't know, man. I don't know what the solution is, because if you look at the field, and let's go to the space of reality for a moment, son of God. No, if you look at the field, the people in play, the next president of Nigeria, in reality, is likely either to be Atiku or Tinubu. And there is nothing that inspires hope in both of them, in either of them. So there's nothing that will change for the next 8 years.
Yeah. In your own opinion, you've accepted your fate. Maybe you can read the future. Maybe you have a crystal ball somewhere that tells you that the next president has to be Tinubu or Atiku. I don't know. I told you yesterday. I'm not sure. We don't know. Nobody's God. I'm not God. I'm not going to play God. I don't know what's going to happen. So we'll see what will happen next year. But I've not lost hope yet. So because Tinubu or Atiku, that means that Nigeria is, even things are actually going to get worse. So, but I'm hoping that that's not what happens. So we'll see. But I'm hoping that that's not what happens, because we know if those old men, nothing changes, and the country is going to default on their debts. And once the country defaults, Nigeria just becomes like a write-off. Very soon, God knows what is going to become of Nigeria. Maybe people are going to have to march on the streets, like what happened in Sri Lanka. Maybe that's what is going to happen eventually. Yeah.
Do you think Nigerians have that?
Are going to someone?
Do you think Nigerians have that in them?
If they're pushed to the wall, where I don't know. Right now, I don't think they do, but you don't know what can happen. People could be pushed to the point where they have no choice. I mean, where people are not able to even, people may have to go on the streets. You never know what desperation could, what. But I'm hoping that it doesn't happen. I'm hoping it's not a fate accomplished. Like you think you know the result already, but I don't.
I don't know the result, but
you've said it's Tinubu or Atiku.
No, globally,
you sort of know the result.
The president of the United States is either going to be the Democrat or the Republican. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is either going to be the Labour candidate or the Conservative. Globally, that is the global antecedent that power always oscillates between two major structures. So I don't think some Labour Party that scored 5,000 votes in the last election is going to come and seize power now because some guy from Anambra. It's a fanciful stuff. It's very good for Disney World.
It has not been tested. It has not been tested. Yeah, well, it's not been tested. So we'll see with the new with the electoral act that the government just, I think that may be, somebody was saying that may be the only thing that Tinubu has done that may make Nigeria
But
actually
son
maybe
of
move
God,
forward.
son of God,
We'll
can
see
we
if
follow
things
the
will change.
antecedent? Can we follow the antecedent?
I'm not following any antecedents. I'm not going. If you want to follow antecedents and you think you know the results, that's okay. That's what you want to follow. But I'm not going to follow that. I want to see what happens next year. Until it is tested, next year we'll see what happens. Next year we'll see the result, and then based on that, because what is going to happen next year, from what I'm seeing, has never happened before. Okay, so until this is tested, I cannot draw any conclusions. If you want to judge Nigerian election coming next year based on what's happened in the past, I think you're making a big mistake, because there's so many factors that are playing, so many new factors are playing. You may end up being right. You guys may end up being right, but until it's tested next year, I don't want to say I know what's going to happen. So let's see when it's tested. If it's tested, then we'll see.
Have you heard the phrase "hoping against hope"? Hoping against hope is the step brother of wishful thinking. So maybe you've not met him before, but you know his brother, wishful thinking. So hoping against hope. So anyway, let's just leave that. Peter Obi is not going to be the president. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but Peter Obi is not
That's fine. That's fine.
going to
No,
be
it's
the
not.
president.
Look,
Like
I
Shetima
don't.
said, they can go and be the president of Igbo land.
That's fine. That's fine. You're going back to the tribalistic angle again. Anyway,
No,
the thing
that's
about it is that,
Shetima. Yeah. Go on.
Okay, that's tribalistic angle anyway. Anyway, but what I always say is that is people like us that are not living in the country, we're not affected directly by what is going on. Obviously, we have family there and all that stuff.
Please, I'm sorry. Can I cut in?
I don't live in Nigeria. I visit Nigeria all the time.
Can I just step in a bit?
So I feel sorry for those ones that are actually.
Son of God. Yeah, can I just step in, please?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one man. I just wanted to ask a question to you. Why do you say Peter Obi is not going to be the president? I'm not speaking for Peter Obi now. I'm not his watchdog, but I'm just asking because there are 3 candidates, and you specifically said Peter Obi is not going to be the president. What makes you so sure of that? Can you see the future, or is that some kind of you have some kind of magical powers?
No, Peter Obi is not going to be the president. One, because it's not nationally known. It's not nationally known. It's popular in the social spaces in the South, but nobody knows him in Kebbi, nobody knows him in Yobe, nobody knows him in Borno, and nobody, apart from their Jebotas in those spaces, and they're just a small subset of that community. It's not the northern space. We know they vote to instructions, and they vote in numbers. So he's not going to get anything in the north. We know that because we know the antecedents of Nigerian politics. Forget they will surprise you, they will shock you. Nobody is going to shock anybody. Nothing is going to happen. Labour Party does not have a structure. So the people at the structure, forget all of that's just, it's just so pedestrian, this sort of narrative. The people, what sort of nonsense is the people at this? So forget all of that. The party doesn't have a structure. The guy doesn't have name recognition. It doesn't have antecedent at senior level politics. And then there's the tribal religious element to it as well. And then wrap all of that against taking on established parties that cross the length and breadth of the country, the vast fortune that those parties can deploy, the fact that those parties, they would not allow somebody like Peter Obi to come and unbundle and unravel all that they have done.
They will not allow.
They will not allow it. They will not allow it. They control the apparatus of state. It was not going to happen now.
Okay.
We're all clever people here. So,
okay, so
why are we doing wishful thinking?
You're talking about putting. You're talking about them rigging the election now. So now you're making sense.
It
so
doesn't matter.
The election is going to be rigged.
It doesn't matter. Rigged, fair, whatever. Peter Obi is not going to be the president.
You're talking. So you're saying the election will be rigged next year? So you're saying if it's free and fair, he may have a chance.
No, he would
Is that
not.
what you're saying?
If it's free
and
and fair,
he may have a chance. Is that what you're saying?
No, if it's free and fair, he would not have a chance because no, he would not because he doesn't have the national
then why are you
reach.
saying that they're not going to allow it then?
No, I'm saying.
Okay, then why are you saying they're not going to allow it? If it doesn't have national reach, it doesn't have a structure, it doesn't have anything, why are they not going to allow it? Because you're just saying here that they won't allow it. That means that, but it doesn't have a structure, it doesn't have natural reach, he's a nobody, all these things are against him, but you're still saying they won't allow it. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because
he doesn't have anything.
Because it's not an established. Because it's not an establishment figure. If he was a PDP candidate, they can let him win, you know. But if it's an outsider coming in, they will. You know it. I'm not telling you something that you don't know. They won't allow it. Who will allow Peter Obi to be president of Nigeria? Nobody. They won't allow it. You know that.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's not going to happen. Even in a free and fair election, it won't happen. But in a rigged election,
you're talking like that because I know that's your view. I know that's your view. Anyway, so I'm not surprised.
But do you disagree? Do you disagree with what I've said? Do you disagree?
I keep telling you I don't know the future. I've said that before.
No,
I don't know the future.
But you know the past. You know the antecedents.
You already know the results. I don't know the results. I don't know that. I don't know anything.
You don't know the antecedents of election in Nigeria.
I keep saying that. This is not been tested. Well,
what has not been tested? Peter Obi is a known quantity. He's not a stranger to the space.
No problem.
One man, can I say something? Can I interject a little bit?
I'm not going to argue with you anymore.
Let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question, son of God. Who do you think won the election? Who do you think won the election in 2019?
2019. You keep going back to the past.
No, I'm asking you now. Who do you think won the election?
That we have now was no. Let's not talk about 2019. It's a different system now. You forget that right now, when they vote at the polling units, everybody there, the results are sent straight away. So except they're going to buy votes. If you say they're going to buy all the people that are going to vote for them, that's a different issue. But at least the votes that are all the votes that are cast at the polling units, people there know the result already before they leave. So the only way they can do is to buy everybody that's going to vote for them. Make sure you buy them before they get there. That's the only way they can put their hand on. That's the only way it's going to happen. So if you're saying that they're going to rig it, that's how they're going to do it. That's fine.
Okay.
You cannot compare 2019 with what's going on now. It's a different system. It's a different system.
Let me give you two instances which may well, and you have to take this just as statements of fact and antecedent. In 2019, the battle that we were having is if INEC had a server or INEC does not have a server. In 2019, they were transmitting results. Even you remember the voters' readers card, they were transmitting results to a portal, and Yakub Mohammed told us they did not have a server, which article told us the server indicates that he won the election and he was presenting the results. And he told us they did not have a server. Everybody knew article won that election, but what happened? They did not allow it. They did not what? Allow it. So forget that they will not allow it. Peter Obi is not NOT going to be your. So sorry, but apologies, but it's not going to happen.
One man. Let Peter Obi.
If you say sorry to me, I'm not. Wait. Let me just finish. I'll just round up now.
Yeah.
Don't say sorry to me because I don't live in Nigeria. I may be a Nigerian. I don't live there. Okay. So the people you're going to say sorry to are those that live there. They're the ones that are going to suffer the consequences. So I'm affected in the sense that I have friends there. Luckily for me and my siblings and I don't live in Nigeria anymore. So it doesn't. I'm not bothered. Okay. But I'm more worried about those that are in Nigeria. Those are the ones that I worry about. So, but if you say,
all right, but if you wish them well,
you see.
Okay. So if you say that you are worried about the people in Nigeria and you wish them well, then why are you wishing Peter Obi on them? Why are you wishing Peter Obi on them if you wish them well?
I'm not wishing anybody. You're coming back to this same Peter Obi thing again. You say Peter Obi cannot win. You say he has no structure. You say all these things, then you come back again and say, why am I wishing? If we say all these things that we say, what it means in effect is that if he has no structure, he's not known, he has nothing, he should lose then. He should lose if he's free and fair. I really don't understand this. That's what I don't understand about some of you guys that are saying that Tinubu is going to win. You guys say all these things about P2B, but then you turn around again and say, why are you doing this? If he doesn't have structure, he's a nobody, he has no record, he has nothing, he should lose if he's free and fair. There should be no need to rig it. That's what I'm saying.
And he speaks in a
and P2B will lose, and then everybody will go home.
And he speaks in a peculiar voice. And another damning thing, he speaks in a peculiar voice as well. Do you want that? Do you want a president that speaks in a peculiar voice?
You are just being you're just being funny now. You're just being funny now. I think the discussion has now gone into a different topic.
One man, you know your voice is
anymore.
also peculiar.
He's got nothing to say anymore. Now,
no, there's nothing that record. Join the Jagaban train, son of God. Join the Jagaban train. Yeah.
You've got nothing to say anymore. You're now. This is going into the gutter now. We're going into the gutter now. We're going into the gutter now. So I don't want to go into the gutter. Please.
All right now, image matters, but thank you, son of God. All right, thank you, son of God. So thank you, son of God. So this is son of God now. He introduced himself to the platform. He introduced himself to the platform yesterday, and we encouraged him to come back. So you see why now. A real superstar. So another discovery by the platform, a real strong voice that holds opinion strongly. So thank you, son of God. Let me go on from you, though, son of God, and let me go in the direction of Thomas. So let me go to Thomas. Thomas, you're up next, and we kick it off then. Let's kick it off. All right, since we are surrendered to Peter Obi today, Okowa is only really going through documents to conclude that Peter Obi.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on. Say it. Go on. Son of God, you wanted to say?
I said you have got your Tinubu man now, so two of you can pally together.
No, I have a divergent of opinion now. We have Joel, we have X0, we have you, and then we have Thomas. So even
but at least you've got your Tinubu man. Your Tinubu man, you and your Tinubu man can talk well together.
Can you read the future? How do you know? How do you know what he's going to say?
Thomas is very clear. No, I know Thomas is very clear. He says he's a Yoruba man. He wants to support a Yoruba man. So I like him. He's very clear. You are a bit. You are trying to hide your this thing. Thomas
I'm the moderator now. I have to be neutral.
Good. No, but you want him to
just. Look at it. All right, thank you, son of God. So it looks as though son of God was saying you can't read the future, but it looks as though he has already anticipated what you have to say. So Thomas, then let's take you to the space. Peter Obi and the criticism. It's not even a criticism. I think it's wrong to describe Peter Ifeanyi Okowa's words as criticism. It's really an observation. So the observation then that Peter Obi's experience is too small and lacking in depth to take on the complexity of the Nigerian problem. I think that is a fair statement to make, and that is not even attacking him. But before you take that on, Thomas, let me quickly acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. The usual quarters, of course. Alexander Gomez. So to that conversation around Rufai Oseni's wayward ways, going around saying, "Do you know who I am?" So it looks as though Alexander was also that rascally once upon a time. I was notorious for driving on the bus lane in London back in the 80s. A faster, accessible path. Don't understand if that still works. Don't understand if that works in Lagos, though. Yes, so thank you for the super chat. But the bus lane, just by virtue of what they are always a faster route because you have to keep it clear for the buses to be able to meet with time. But don't drive on the bus lane in London anymore. The police won't stop you, but they'll pick you up and send something through your letterbox, and they will mark your license. So everything now is digitalized. The eye of God, Big Brother is watching you. That's how we live in the UK now. I was notorious for driving on the bus lane in London back in the 80s. Faster, accessible path. Don't understand if that works in Lagos though. So that is Alexander going back memory lane. Kulata, of course, very quick to, just insert when you mention Peter B. It says the hasty generalization of P2B supporters safe. So it's just anyway, and we know the quantity already. So anytime we go to Peter B, of course, we have voices like X0, Son of God, and the usual obedience with the usual mantra. But somebody that is not at all obedient, in fact, somewhat disobedient, Thomas, Peter Obi versus Okowa, your words.
Oh, thank you, woman. I've been laughing, and googling and smiling since. It's what Okowa said. It's the man is saying the truth. Don't let's just deceive ourselves. And I will go back to where Ovie started. He said the man that is speaking is way more than Obi. Is more than Obi. His credentials in politics is more than Obi. 100%. Let's deceive ourselves. Okowa has been a local government chairman. He has been a 2-term governor. He has been a senator. What is the antecedent of Peter Obi? He's just a governor of Anambra State and a former candidate of the PDP. So the man that is talking is even more well-grounded politically than Peter Obi. We are not talking about performance now.
Peter Obi
you can advise him because he has been a local government chairman. Peter Obi has never been a local government chairman. He has worked with the grassroots. He has been a 2-time senator, current 2-time governor. Even the credentials speak for himself. So what the man is saying is not even categorically condemning Obi, but it's just saying to the facts. That is the facts on ground. You said earlier on, who know Peter Obi in your state? I don't even know other state. That is my own state. Who know Peter Obi in your state? Who know Peter Obi in your state?
They do.
I don't know. Are you from your state?
Motiu Eleron knows Peter Obi now. Motiu.
We have coordinators. We have coordinators in your own state, so don't worry about it. Just go ahead with your.
Yes. There are market women in Ibadan. That are singing Peter Obi this.
Don't worry. It's not always good to hash your egg before everything. Don't worry. We have coordinators in all those states. So if you say that your people have not heard about Obi, call your people in Ibadan. They will tell you they know who Peter Obi is. Ibadan
they don't know who is Peter Obi.
I have people in Ibadan. They are not. I've never heard anyone mention Peter Obi.
One man. You've always been biased towards Obi, but there's no problem.
But can we just speak our mind, please? Can we speak our mind? Then when you come to your turn, because Ovie started, you guys know that to speak. Let me speak my mind. Then when it comes to your turn, you can speak what you want to speak. I'm speaking my opinion now.
Ovie is another lightweight.
Yeah,
I'm going to address it in my
own One man, I think for efficiency, you should be timing these things. If you want to give anybody space, give time, so that people will be working according to time, so that we will not spend like 6 hours or 7 hours. As you know, it's not been easy for you.
No, it's all right. I'm not going to shut Thomas down, but if people are acting, okay, look at that Ovie space, for instance. That shouldn't be more than 20 minutes, but because it was diverted so much, and we can't really recall what it went well over an hour, So if we just the interjection is a crucial part of the session. But if somebody is saying something that might not necessarily agree with you, for reasons of free speech, just allow them to have that opinion. So because that is what they think, and this is what we are inviting people to share their thoughts. So Thomas, share yours.
Yeah, one man. I don't know who know Peter Obin. I'm from Okowa in Kajola local government in Oyo State. My parents are very close to the grassroots. They are living close to their people there. I've never heard them anybody's talking about. But this is the truth. This is the truth. Peter Obi can be famous in the southeast, but not in the southwest. I'm talking of Oyo State. So what Okowa is saying is not even criticizing Obi. He's saying to the fact what is on ground. And people say, oh, who is Okowa? Who is Okowa that he will be saying something about? Okowa is politically credential is more than Obi in heavy ramification. I've mentioned
Thomas, if we narrow it to what Okowa said, he said that Obi's experience is too small, one, and it's not deep enough, two. So that is really where he was making that comment. So what does it mean? So like you said, you've listed Okowa's journey to becoming the governor through local politics, all the way through the phases of politics to that. And that's not Peter Obi's journey. They famously tell us that he was a banker that was headhunted for the slot. So his entree into politics is just that Anambra space. And his CV in politics is still just that Anambra space. But his space in that Anambra, is that sufficient enough? Was there sufficient enough that is documented in that space to propel him to the Nigerian presidency? And even if he achieved a superstar performance, is managing Anambra State, which we universally agree is a mono-ethnic, mono-religious space, is that sufficient enough grounding to manage Nigeria? So that is where Okowa was inviting the conversation.
One man, the man is right. The man is right. The man is right. If I love people saying the truth as it is, and you know me for this, I don't hide. I will not have something on my mind, and because of we are talking to thousands of people, then I'll be hiding that. I'll be telling you what is not true. I'm very truthful to myself. That is what is going on. How will Peter Obi tackle the problem in the north? How will he tackle the problem in the south, in my local government?
From consumption to production, I told you.
Come on. And this, Godson, you make a comment yesterday. I said I will still tackle you till today. You are saying we want fresh blood. Is Peter Obi a fresh blood? No. Where was Peter Obi 3 months ago? Same PDP. So when we are talking of fresh blood, we'll be pushing for Showore. Not Peter Obi. Peter Obi has been in PDP almost 10 years now. He has been in Havga. He has been in Helpy.
Thomas,
so
if you don't mind me, can I just say something? Showore is not
no
tested.
worries. Yeah.
You can't bring a man that's not tested. He's not tested. You can't. Showore is untested. He's untested.
But don't say Peter Obi is a new wine. Peter Obi is not a new wine. Do you agree with me?
Compared to what we have now.
But forget about comparison. Peter Obi is not a new wine. He's still the old guy that we want to run away from. When we are talking of new wine, you will show me somebody that has been in this corrupt party. Peter Obi is once in this corrupt party before, 3 months ago. Let's say the truth and let the devil be ashamed.
Thomas,
politically corrected.
Thomas, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, I understand where you're coming from, right? As regards to Obi being part of the PDP. But the issue there is this, right? In every political party, there are good people and there are bad people. Do you agree with me?
You are right. Yeah.
Okowa said that.
So if you go to APC today, you are not going to stay because how are you going to judge people by how Buhari performed?
I can't judge APC with Buhari. Buhari is a separate person.
Okay, you cannot, right?
Joel, can I ask you a question off the back of where you opened up? When
Okay.
Peter Obi was the running mate to Atiku Abubakar, was he a good person or a bad person then?
He was a good person.
Right.
His integrity never left him. That's why we're talking about integrity. If you have an integrity, it doesn't matter where you are. You might be in the United States. I mean, the United States is not a perfect country, but that doesn't mean that there are no good and there are no bad people. Just like Trump said, there are good people and there are bad people on all sides. So if you are looking at issues like that, because look, the world does not operate in a vacuum. The world, you must, if you say join politics, who are you going to join? Are you going to go form your own party? You're going to join a political party, whether established or not. But when you go there, your integrity will still lead you. That is the reason why people like Dora Akinyele was part of PDP. But can you now tell me, look me in the face and tell me that Dora Akinyele was a corrupt person? No. That's the point.
Joel, have you heard the phrase? And if you have heard it, do you believe it? Show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. Have you heard that phrase? And do you believe it?
I've heard it. I've heard it, but the thing there is that in politics, these are not friends. It's an association, right? It's an association. So if you join an association like you go into a school.
When you go into a school, you go in there, you help people do what they want to do.
Let me ask you another question. Did Peter Obi know that Atiku was a corrupt politician in 2019?
Okay, yeah. I would say I wouldn't say that he didn't know that he was a corrupt politician, but again, this is my
because the whole world knew. So if you say he doesn't know, that would
I won't tell you that he doesn't know. I won't stand here and if I should know it, I won't say that Peter Obi wouldn't know that. However, the issue there is that he is there to run as a vice president to Atiku. He is not part of
under a corrupt administration.
He is ready to be in the political space, and when he gets to his own position, when he gets to him, he's going to do his own way, just like he did in the Anambra State. So
would it have ended Atiku's corruption had they won in 2019? Would Peter Obi have sanitized him?
Sanitize who?
Atiku. If they had won in 2019, if they had taken the presidency, would they have prevented Atiku from running corrupt?
To be fair with you, he doesn't even have the power. He doesn't even have the power as a VP to question his boss.
So he knew that Atiku was a corrupt politician, and he was ready to. He was a corrupt man and a corrupt politician, and he was ready to straddle that horse with him and ride into probably what would have been even the most corrupt administration we've ever had.
Well, the thing there is that if you are coming from that aspect, I would tell you one thing for sure. In politics, in a party, you go into a party and who you do not get to choose, except you are the flag bearer.
You get to choose. Is Peter Obi a man of principle? Is Peter Obi a man of principle?
He's a man of principle. He has shown it.
But he knew Atiku was corrupt and he was propelling him to the Nigerian their first seat. Is it Peter Obi a man of principle?
Oh, well, he's the man of principle. I will always tell you that. But the thing that is that Peter Obi did not bring Atiku into PDP. If you're going to ask about that, Peter Obi is not the one to question him. Peter Obi is not the police. Peter Obi is not the EFCC. So Peter Obi is just there to assist whoever the party.
He's riding off the back of the corruption. He was the running mate. It was riding off the back of the corruption for his own gains.
That is my point. Look, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
So it's Peter Obi a man of principle.
He is a man of principle.
Come on, man.
He remains a man of principle.
Come on now.
No. See. You might laugh about it, but what I'm just trying to tell you is this: Peter Obi joined an association. When Peter Obi was at the helm of affairs, what did he do? Because most times we keep giving people that grace that we don't know what the person is going to do, or he might do wrong or he might do right when he gets there. We know what Peter Obi did when he got into power, and that stays with us, and that is okay. And for those of you talking about Peter Obi does not have any experience, I would like to take us back. What experience did Yar'Adua have before he? In fact, Anambra is a much bigger state in terms of economy than is more diverse than Castina, right? And he was the president, and he did very, very, very well. very, very well, if not for illness. So let us stop this, because we can still go back.
Yar'Adua came from an elite structure.
Who?
Yar'Adua came from an elite structure.
It doesn't matter if he came from an elite structure. What experience does he have as a person?
He has that body of experience that the structure that he comes from.
No, we are talking look. We if you ask Tinubu will tell you that
Joel, Yar'Adua has PDP as a party, which is the dominant party in Nigeria at that time, and he has a fellow governor as his running mate. Makes a big difference.
What do you mean by that? I'm telling you what was his position before he was elected as VP, as president. He was a damn governor. Every other aspirant that you see out there has a structure.
Which party selected him as a president? Which party selected him?
Right.
No be Labour Party, PDP, which is the only party in the country at that time. Big difference.
PDP, hold on, please. PDP selected him. I'm only asking, what was his experience, or what was his position before he was
round up that
elected?
interjection, and I want to get back to Thomas. Yeah, round up that interjection. So take us to where you want us to be.
So that is the point. So when we are talking about experiences and what people have done in the past that will make them to occupy any position, I will always tell people in Nigeria today, it's not that we do not have those people that have gone to school. We don't have people that have been had experiences. What we have, the problem we have in Nigeria is that we have people that does not have the willpower, that does not have the integrity to push us forward. And that is what P2B offers us. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So let's get back to Thomas. And gentlemen, let Thomas have a little bit of opportunity to flesh out a position. So Thomas, because the narrowness of Okowa's criticism, quite specific, limited experience and not enough depth. So that is what he's saying. But do you agree with him, and why?
I agree with him 100%. I still stand with what I'm saying. It's limited to the Southeast. It's limited to Southeast. This politics is in Southeast. People pushing for him more is in the Southeast. It's a regional ideology. In a wider point, if you are talking of who has gained the wider point in national, we'll be talking of Atiku. Atiku has been a vice president. He has the antecedent. Is there. So for me, sometimes we have to try for people to criticize you. Even criticizing you, it's another thing. It's good. Criticism is good. And this Peter Obi, we have tried him. This man is a pathological liar. He said he turned $20 million to 100 million. All these successors, what they call it, they have debunked this thing that this man is lying. Is this same people we want to follow? I can still say Showore is the cleanest candidate for us. If we want to say we want new wine, somebody that has not lied, somebody that we can be pushing for Showore, but you are pushing Peter Obi. Peter Obi is same politician. They are liars. From Atiku to Tinubu to Peter Obi to Kwakwaso, all of them. I put them in the same box. So Peter Obi is not the saint. He will never be a saint. So you take it or leave it. I don't care if you like me or you don't like me. I've said it. No, in my local government, nobody know Peter Obi. He doesn't have the cachet. He doesn't have the grassroots. LP doesn't have the. If Peter Obi going to LP and he cannot resonate in the two previous elections we have had, Ekiti State, they have 5,000 votes. Osun State, they have 2,000 votes. Come on, what are we saying? So you want to go, have you ever seen anybody going from that level, going to the presidency? I don't say Peter Obi is not competent, but does he have the antecedent? Does he have the cachet to win the election? I doubt it, but I will still say this. Everybody in Nigeria, all of us, we have choice. Vote for your choice. And I will vote a Yoruba man, come rain, come shine. That is my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant, well put. So brilliant, well put. So go then from that space to the Rufai Oseni, who now always banging table on Arise TV, wagging fingers at politicians. Now he's driving illegally. He's been accosted by the police to apprehend his behavior, and is now launching his social media army after the Nigerian police and the Lagos State government. Lagos State tells us that they're going to give him the fullness of the flogging, of course, and he's telling them, do you know who I am? So do you know who I am? From Rufai Hussaini, the little rascal in the trilogy on Arise TV.
The guy is a disgrace. Is a disgrace. As purported saint man, he normally claimed to be. The ignorance of the law is not an excuse. So people normally say this. I was going, they didn't stop the other car, they stopped me. Come on, do you know what you're saying? I've cited example here, one man, a guy here in Australia. The police stopped him. He said, all of us, we are going the same speed. Police said, what are you saying? My radar can only catch one person at a time. And he said, no, we are speeding the same speed. Why don't you stop all the road? Police said, are you normal? What are you saying? We can stop all the road user. My radar can capture a car at a time. So for Rufai to go on BRT lane, he should face the penalty. He should face it. If it is fine, he should pay the fine. He should not come to the social media and be claiming saints that are the Lagos State. And one man, you will see later on, they will say, because Rufai normally talks frontally, he's very rigid, he's a prudent man. That is why they stop his car. That narrative is still coming. I will see what I'm saying now. That because he normally throw question, is normally against Lagos State government. Some people will bring that narrative again now. That is because
it is politically motivated, Abi.
It's a politically motivated. They also say that, one man, that they purposely stop him. They know his car. That is why they stop him. They want to punish him. You are against the law. Face the wrath of the law. When it is a fine.
Do you think they should jail him for trying to embarrass the state and the police?
No, one man. It doesn't. The offense doesn't warrant jail term. I think it's just fine. Infringement. We call it infringement here. We just fine your infringement. Then, one man. What's happen? I know you don't like him, but no, that doesn't. One man wants to kill him, but one man.
At least Kolomugari or second, Abi.
Kolo Jewa.
I'm sure maybe on his way to studio, on his way back from studio. You don't know this Nigeria. They will be monitoring him. And anything in Nigeria is a politics. I know that place where Rufai pass. Many people pass that place.
One man. What did I say now? What did I say now? Now they are changing the narrative now.
It's not.
They are monitoring him.
It's not about change. That is Nigeria for you. We are all Nigeria. We know. We know.
But did he commit the offense or not?
If he commit the offense, let him face the law.
So what is it?
What I'm saying, it's not only Rufai. Let's go and bring the camera. Here in UAE, I'm here in UAE. Camera is everywhere. In my street, in my building, we have camera. You cannot do
forget about UAE, my brother. Do we have camera in Nigeria?
What are they doing with security money? What are they doing with security money? You be sentimental.
Can someone help me? What did Rufai do, please?
That's a wider question now. It was driving on the.
Let them bring the camera and tell us.
No, they don't have camera. Oh, let's settle down now. They don't have cameras in Nigeria, as you know. And by the way, he has also admitted he committed the crime.
Yes,
so what are you?
He didn't deny that. He didn't deny that. But what I'm saying is that particular moment, in a minute, just a minute, not only find that past that place. That's what I want to prove for you.
Yeah, but that's true. But unfortunately for him, he was the one that got caught.
Yeah, let him go and face it. But I want to prove to you that because they know Rufai, he always pass that place.
No, that's not true. Because what he was telling us was that he has never been to that place before. And that was how he made the mistake, that he was using Google So don't defend somebody if you do.
No, I'm not defending him.
Back to Thomas.
Rufai said he is not the only one that passed that place. Why are you saying it's only rather cash only Rufai? Only cash Rufai? Anybody
they did not know it was Rufai when they stopped him.
No,
my guy, don't do that, man. They did not know it was Rufai when they stopped. Can you listen? If you don't know the story, I
know the story. I read the story.
Tell me the story.
I read the argument between them, between the police officer, between the Udeni, the PRO of Lagos State, and the commissioner of police. I read the story. Forget the story. Let him go and pay the fine. Let him go and pay the fine. That's a lesson for him. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not for a minute. For that, I just want to prove for you that just that a minute, it's not only Rufai that passed that place.
All right. I want you to listen to Rufai, and when you listen to Rufai, I'm hopeful enough that you will withdraw your statement. But listen to the guy himself.
With a lot of calls, and I have also, called those in authority and the police force. My grouse is the way the police force behaves in Nigeria, and that's why I'm just doing this video so that everybody could know what happened. I was going to see a friend that was celebrating an anniversary for something today, and it's an area I had never gone before. And in fact, I was using Google Map to lead me through as I went.
So you had him right there, Moses.
Yes.
He was going. Can you hold on? So don't reinterpret his words.
He didn't lie.
No, can you listen? Can you listen, please? He said I was going to. Can you listen to me?
Okay, I'm listening to you.
He said I was going to a place that I'd never been to before to visit a friend. Yes. I did not know the area, and then so I was using Google Maps. So yes. How would the police know that it was Rufai when he doesn't? Because what are you talking about now? How would they know it was him?
What I'm saying now is neither the story how it happened, but he said the truth. He said the truth here.
No, you said they knew it was him, but how would they know it was him?
One man.
Right.
Yes, I'm not arguing with that. I'm telling you about Nigerian. I'm a former police officer before. I was a former police officer. Because of this corruption, I left the job. Because of this
you were a former everything. Like yesterday, you were a former vendor.
Yes, you know the way I started my life in Lagos. Lagos is a hustle place.
All right.
I joined police year 2000. I'm telling you, when I'm saying I'm doing a vendor, is it 2000 that we fight for?
Don't worry, but you were wrong to say that the police knew it was Rufai. They did not know it was Rufai. They just randomly stopped somebody that was breaking traffic law, and it just happened to be Rufai.
But I'm listening to this now. Let me listen to the video. You just play the part of where he said he's going.
Yes.
Continue.
Is that not? Yeah. What will be established if I continue with this?
Okay, let's forget about it.
No. Tell me now, because I've played it already once here.
Let's forget about it.
It's this thing that we do in Nigeria. They say, it is all the same. They say, next thing you will say they have been telling him, they've been monitoring him. That's where you go to next.
What I'm saying, if you commit offense, let Rufai face the charges.
Of course.
So what I'm saying, I was born in Lagos. I know how they obey, they get the traffic. Either military man or those politicians or those police officers themselves.
Right. What point are you making? What point I'm
making is that I wanted to listen to that full video. Play the video, and I'll
to achieve what? Have you listened to it?
I listened to the conversation.
Right.
How the punch carried the conversation between Rufai, the Udeni, which is PRO, and the commissioner of police.
Yeah, but that is after the event.
The one that carried gun. What of the one that carried gun? The one that carried gun. Okay, let's forget it.
What are you doing now? Did Rufai break? Hold on. Did Rufai break the law?
He break the law. He did not argue that. He did not deny that.
And if he breaks the law, should he face the consequences?
What of the police? What of
No,
the
no,
police?
I'm not asking you.
What
What are you doing, my guy? Now, don't do that now. Did Rufai break the law?
He break the law.
And
What I'm
if he
saying,
breaks,
he breaks the law.
don't just answer the question. It's a direct enough question. You've admitted he broke the law. If he broke the law, should he face the consequences?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So there it
You can't
is.
deny that.
So
You can't deny
there it
that.
is. So if he breaks the law and he faces the consequences, then there is no argument. Back to you, Thomas. What are you talking about, my guy?
What I'm saying. Listen to the story. Listen to the full story. The full story. Listen to the full story. Don't just blame Rufai. Rufai commit offense. Let him go and face the charge.
So what is the bone of contention?
The full story.
The bone of contention is that what you people, you are just only because it's Rufai. That's all of you.
What is Rufai? What are you saying, my brother?
It's unbelievable. That the police pointed the gun at him. Yes, he can go and file a complaint. That's a separate matter. But he broke the law, and that is also a matter. So what happens consequently?
So the police that carry gun on his head, if you kill him now, you say because he break it because of only charges.
How can you substantiate that?
Can you hold on, please, Thomas? If the police pointed the gun at him, then he has grounds to file a complaint against that officer. But that is consequent to him breaking the law, which is the original infraction.
Okay,
so he breaks.
The police have told us that they will do the investigation, right?
Right.
If I commit offense, right? The other police that commit that wanted to kill person, like they kill someone in Italy because they're seeking Nigeria.
Forget about Italy, my brother.
Where are you bringing that one in? Where are you going?
No, I'm just telling.
All right, I don't think you are clear on what you're saying. Let's get back to Thomas.
I'm clear.
No, you are not. I've given you the chance to say it.
If Rufai was killed, now,
yes, was he killed? Was he killed?
Oh, okay. Let's forget it.
My guy, man. Back to you, Thomas.
So one man. So this is what I'm saying. That means what I'm saying is even ruminating some people here that this is politically motivated. They purposely stop me.
So you know
one man. Let me, my brother. Can you please calm down? Let me finish my word, please. I live in Lagos more than 15 years. Many people went against traffic. Some people will escape. Some people will be caught. That is life. Some people will escape. Some people will be caught. So Rufai is among the people that was caught. And he will face the wrath of the law. That is it. I don't even know why we are arguing here. There's no bone of contention here. He broke the law. He should face the consequences of the law. If it is fine, if it is jail time, they have the law there. The law is there. If you go against the traffic law in Lagos State, it's there. You should face it. But people will be saying, it's because he normally stuck against the government. They targeted him. I don't even know that some of our panelists here have that in their mind. No, we should not go to that route every time. Did Rufai break the law? Yes. He admitted himself that he broke the law. So even for him coming out on the social media, I don't even expect him to do that. That is child's play to me. You broke the law. You admitted you broke the law. You are not conversant with the road. Fine. You are using Google Map. Fine. Google Map will not show BRT lane on your Google Map. And if you broke the law, pay your fine. Then move on. I don't even expect him to come on social media, releasing video saying this. He said they point guns at him. Who can substantiate that? Where is the evidence to prove that the guy point gun at him? So we can't even substantiate that. He can even lie that they point gun at him because we know Nigerian police normally threaten us with guns. We can't even substantiate that. And rightly one man said, if you have problem or complain, you should go to the PRO in Lagos State. Place your complaint to them. Senator Abubakar, Senator Rimi point gun at me when I was arrested for infringing of the law, traffic law in Lagos State, and you can raise the petition. So the law is there.
Senator.
Oh, sorry, one man. Rimi or Abubakar, Inspector Abubakar point gun at me. Go to the Lagos State government. raise your petition, and they will ask the man, they will call the man that accosted him. So one man, there's no even we don't even need to argue on this thing. So he broke the law, he should face the full wrath of the law. That is it, one man.
All right, brilliant well put. So brilliant well put. So thank you, Thomas. So for time, Thomas, let me go on from you to Saki further. So Saki, let me come up to you and put you then in that conversation, Peter Obi versus Okowa. The criticism was especially about his experience, the lack of depth in it. So I take it that you don't find that as a fair comment, Saki.
Yeah, it is not a fair comment, I must say. And in a century like this, 21st century, we that are educated shouldn't be inclining to a kind of claims by people who are mere political turncoats, people that are more interested in discrediting others. It is never a fair complaint. Like when Thomas was talking about Okowa having political experience, the political experience Okowa had, is it where we should lay more emphasis? For those years he has been having those experience, what are the results? What are the measurable results on how he has been able to change the lives of the people he has governed? On how he has been able to change the lives of the senatorial districts which he represented while he was a senator. I think emphasis among us that are educated should be more on results. We should be result focused and not about looking at designations of people. Maybe this person has been a senator, he has been a governor. Recently, I saw the revolts from poor women in Delta State who were screaming all over the space that for 3 years, Okowa has not paid them. What do we call that thing again? This old pension, yeah. People were screaming. People were revolting in Asaba. So is it what you call experience? You understand? So those are the issues. And again, when you say that somebody is coming from monolithic, mono-ethnic space, and on that very basis that he's not competent, that is a very false, like it is a claim that is on a faulty foundation. Jagaban came to Lagos from nowhere. He has never experienced anything before, but he came to Lagos and managed the Lagos heterogeneity, and he was able to pull strength.
Comparing a state to a nation defies your argument.
I'm coming. Suppose Jagaban came out and wanted to lead Lagos. People started arguing, no, he cannot rule Lagos. Lagos is heterogeneous. He has not even handled any local government. Therefore, he's not competent. We wouldn't have given Jagaban that very chance to prove himself. We wouldn't have given him that chance to prove himself. I don't know why we Nigerians.
Clearly, you did not even follow the campaign of Jagaban when he was a governor. You didn't follow it. Clearly, that from what you are saying, you didn't even follow his campaign and what he withstand and what he said.
I'm trying. This is my space, So allow me to.
No, we are allowed to interject.
To come to a perspective. You can always argue about it. You know what I mean? So, but let's not make argument out of animosity or out of trying to, find a way to, discredit somebody's personality because the person is gaining popularity to some extent. So the argument we are making is unfounded. Soludo never worked in a bank, but he came and managed Central Bank of Nigeria and did it very well. He never worked in the bank, You know, suppose he came that time and people are saying he has never had banking experience. How can he manage central bank? But he came from the classroom as a professor and was appointed CBN governor, and he managed it very well. So give people opportunities to see what actually is in them. Everybody has potentials that is lurking beneath him. Allow the person, give that very person that very opportunity, you know, to show himself before you can make this argument. There are a lot of good football players in Nigeria, you know, and they have this talent, but it is lurking in them because of this kind of argument we are placing here. That the person has not played here, how can he represent on national? That is a wrong, false narrative. It's a faulty foundation. As long as I'm concerned, from 1999 to today, Yar'Adua remains almost the best president Nigeria has ever had. You know, let's just say that sickness really caught him in the bud. But he remains almost the best president we have ever produced. But Yar'Adua has only managed a mono-ethnic environment. But still, he came to Kurata. But he came to that very space and he did very well. Allow people to arise and shine. Let's not focus on political experience. That somebody was two-time governor, he worked in the local government, he worked in the Okowa. Does he have more experience than what do we call it? Does he have more political baggage than this guy of Rivers State? He doesn't have more than the governor of Rivers State. Should we now, because of that, say that the governor of Rivers State will have more competence than somebody like Peter Obi? Because he has been local government, he has been a minister of education, is he minister of education, he has been two-time governor, he has been this, he has been that. You know? So those are the things we shouldn't talk about. Remember during the time of Jonathan, Peter Obi was appointed a special advisor to the president on the economy, on economic matters. And later he was integrated into the economic team of the president of that very presidency. Why he was
wait,
he said,
which presidency is that?
The Jonathan presidency.
How did they perform?
No, what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to come somewhere. You know, I'm trying to come somewhere. If you are talking about
time for everything, this is time for competition. If you cannot withstand arguments are not found, then it's on you.
Allow me now. Just allow me,
my brother.
Allow me. Are you denying the fact that he was appointed special advisor on economic matters to the president?
I'm saying he did not perform to par. If he performed to par, we will not be
during that time, listen. During that time, it was somewhat. Will you say that Okonjo-Iweala didn't do well? Will you still say that somebody like Okonjo-Iweala didn't do well? If you say that Okonjo-Iweala didn't do well,
economic period and the economic period, you want to compare them?
Allow me. If you are saying that Okonjo-Iweala didn't do very well, you know, take time.
You people stop attacking him now. Let him talk now. Abba.
Take time.
Why we no question if his assertion is not right? Who is
are you saying that he was not appointed special advisor?
All right. Let him carry on. Carry on, Saki.
Yeah. So if you want to know more about this man, integrity of Peter Obi, go and read that book written by Okonjo-Iweala. Fighting corruption in Nigeria is dangerous. And read the comment he made about Peter Obi in that very book. Take time to read that book I'm talking about. So we are educated. We are not politicians. Let's not allow tribal sentiment to be.
Saki? Why do you think people find Peter Obi so unconvincing? And it cannot just be tribal, but people do find him unconvincing.
People are finding him unconvincing, and if you ask those people that are finding him unconvincing, they will give you reasons that are anchored, that are predicated on faulty foundations, on faulty premises. How can you tell me that me, like this, I know what I have, I know my potential, I know what I can do that is lurking within me, but because I've not been given that very chance to prove myself, will I now say that no, I cannot do it? Because even Sowore is a very good guy. You know, Sowore is a very good guy. I'm telling you the truth. You know, if you put Sowore and put Tinubu and put Atiku, I will vote for Showore. Even though he has not even had that experience of governance. But there are things I see in him. I say somebody that is enlightened, that makes me to believe that this guy has this capacity. Give him chance to prove himself. Let's not use faulty premises.
You don't think it's too high? You don't think it's too risky to? No, sorry, Ovie. Let him have the space to express himself. But do you not feel that it's too risky a gamble that Peter Obi? A lot of people, they say a lot of things about his antecedents. The kindest is they will say is average, but the people find it somewhat pedestrian. Like you said, mono-ethnic, mono-religion. This is a guy that if he leaves Anambra State, he gets a nosebleed because he is just a homeboy. So is it not too much of a risk?
He was not a homeboy. He never lived in Anambra State, but he came all the way from UK. Nobody even knew him in Anambra State before he came, but he came from that UK space, and then he came to Anambra and became governor of Anambra State. And after that very administration, every governor that comes to Anambra references that administration, makes that administration a point of reference. So nobody knew him. So will you now say that when he was given that opportunity to handle Anambra State, that it was a risky opportunity, that we gambled in Anambra State? Is it what you will now use as an argument? So that is my own position in this very matter. We are educated, we are enlightened minds, we are fine minds. Let's not argue because of let's not just, in economics, there's what they call tendency to live up to Joneses. Let's not just try to say things because others are saying it, or because it resonates with what a lot of people are saying. The Okowa that everybody say he has political capital, he was this, he was that. How did he rule his state right now? His state is on fire. People are demonstrating. He brought them down. So let's forget about this argument. The Central Bank of Nigeria is a very sensitive position. And then we call somebody who has not worked in bank for the first time in his life. And he came to the bank, he was given that opportunity. Until today, you are referencing him as one of the best performing central bank governor Nigeria has ever produced. So this
Charles Soludo is a known long-standing super brain. He's a super brain. Super brain, but Obi is not a super brain.
No, it's not about speaking English that makes you super.
No, it's his antecedents now.
No, listen to me. What was his antecedents before he became the governor of Central Bank? What antecedent did he have? He was just a classroom teacher. He was
a classroom teacher.
He was a professor of economics.
He was the chief executive of the National Planning Commission.
No, before he came to that National Planning Commission during the time of Obasanjo, where was he picked from? He was picked from the classroom. But he came, he did well, and Obasanjo saw something in
He was just a teacher.
He was a professor of economics.
Cambridge, hold on. Cambridge, Brooklyn Institution, Warwick University, Oxford.
He was doing research in Cambridge.
Look at this guy.
An academic work?
Look at this guy.
No, he was doing research in Cambridge.
Should we bring OBCV? Should we bring OBCV up?
Listen to me. Listen to me.
We are not comparing Obi now. You are not comparing Obi.
First class. All the way through is academics. First class.
Academics. Intelligence academically is different from wisdom. Wisdom is
look at this guy. Look at this.
Wisdom is a gift. Academic is what you can achieve through.
Shaki.
Hold on, Ola. Let's hear from Ovie, who has been pushing to come in. So Ovie, let's hear that. You said you wanted to interject, Ovie, now. You said there is.
So Can I carry on?
Yeah, carry on. I think Ola wanted to insert something. Let Ola insert.
What I was going to tell Shaggy Fadal is this. See, a researcher, has an opportunity to learn the industry practice while doing research. So that Soludo just jumped from classroom and became the central bank governor may not necessarily be the correct situation. It was part of the economic committee as an advisor to Obasanjo on the economy for some time, for several months, before he was nominated to become the CBN governor. He didn't just come from the classroom directly and made the CBN governor. No, that was not the situation.
All right. All right. Round up your thoughts on that space, and then I'll take you to Rufai Hussaini.
What I'm trying to tell you is that somebody that has lived his life doing research, teaching in the universities, he's more of academia. It's just like Kulata here. I see Kulata here as more of academic person. I don't know.
Kulata is a con man, though. He uses is abracadabra statistics now. Don't let him fool you. It's not a con man, though.
So just to summarize that very space. So
before you go on, please let me say something.
Yeah.
In this competition season, in this game of power, nobody is going to give you a chance. It doesn't matter how brilliant your idea, how you have performed before. Go and win the election. If you win, we understand what you can do. If you don't win, every of your ideas are useless. So you can paint him as you want. Go win competition first. This is the game. Go win. If
and
you
that
know,
is why he's competing.
Give you a chance.
That is why he's competing. Is why he's competing. He is competing, and you are here telling people, don't waste your time voting for him. He's not going to win.
Give him a chance. Nobody's going to give him a chance. Let him win.
But you are here telling people, don't vote for him, biasing people's mind that he's not going to win. But he's competing. Allow him to compete.
It's part of the game. He's trying to destroy his followers. It's part of the game. And I wait now. That it's not going to be rosy. They're not going to just let him go like that and win.
So allow him to compete. That's what I'm trying to say. But you, Ovia, don't come here because you are learned. I don't expect you to come here and discredit Obi on the basis of
argument. This is politics, competition. The game of winner.
All right, okay. Let's Saki just round off. I'm sorry, that's enough. I want to move him on from there, but Saki just round off from there. I don't want that to spiral.
So my argument is, every human being, we are all flawed as human beings. We are all flawed as human beings, but we are capable of, each and every one of us is capable of endearing goodness. So let's allow people. Let's not just come here and we are educated. Let's not be using arguments that are based on faulty premises to discredit people. Because if we are doing that, we wouldn't have given Yaradua the opportunity to rule Nigeria, because he came from a monolithic, mono-ethnic environment. But he came and he surprised Nigerians. Do you see the way he managed the Niger Delta militants? He managed that diverse space. And Niger Delta militancy.
But Yaradua has he has a backdrop of experience.
What backdrop of experience did he have before becoming president?
His political class now.
Tell me, I don't know what you mean by political class. Tell me what you mean. I don't understand.
Well, he's part of the overall article Obasanjo. Yeah, is Shehu Musa, his senior. He's part of that mix.
And now,
and he has the depth of all of that.
And now Obasanjo appears to be tilting towards Peter Obi, and people are now criticizing Peter Obi for talking with Obasanjo and those people. So why didn't you criticize Yaradua for dining and whining with people like Obasanjo in the past?
Because Yaradua did not say he was coming to cleanse the space.
Let's not. But he came unpraised. He came and did very well.
Yeah, but Obi is telling us he's coming to cleanse the space. And the people who seek out the place the most, Obasanjo, Babangida.
So there was something Obi said yesterday. Obi said that when he becomes president, it's not going to be easy. He knows that he doesn't even, Nigerians should not expect that we are going to have 100% miracle immediately, But what he will assure Nigerians is that they are going to see 100% effort. Now, what matters in government is show the people that you are making 100% effort.
That's just ludicrous. That's just what's that? That's meaningless nonsense now.
100% effort. Even if the result,
that's just rhetoric now.
Even if the result is not 100% as you expect.
Take not what your country can do for me, Abi. Meaningless nonsense.
Oh, so forget those things. Let's allow that when he was the governor of Anambra State, he did very well. Let's not talk down on people. It's just like coming here and say, Thomas, you don't have any capacity to do anything. I have not given you opportunity to do something. If I don't give you opportunity to do, will I know your talent? Will I discover your talent? So allow people. Let's not be making these arguments. I don't want to be, forcing the argument.
No, but the space is too volatile for Peter Obi.
Yeah, but the reasons you guys are giving here is reasons that are faulty. The premises are faulty.
Hold on. The place is too volatile for Peter Obi. We were doing yesterday that the bandits are already surrounding
How do
Abuja.
You know it's volatile for Peter Obi?
Hold on. I'll tell you why. We were saying that the bandits already surrounding Abuja. We were saying that the bandits are being recruited into the Nigerian security structures. We know that. Even today, Gani Adams is telling us that the bandits are deeply embedded into Yoruba forestry. We know that. We know that there's the Sunni Shiite conflict. We saw that with how the Shiites were savaged in Kaduna. We know that. We know that there's a peculiar sort of politics being played by the Sokoto Emirates, which covers both Nigeria and the Sahel in terms of their influence. We know that. Yes. We know that there's a peculiar politics being played by the Yoruba space. We know that there's a religious chasm within the Nigerian political fault line. We know that there's a land-related long-standing issues in the middle belt, with the Fulanis trying to heavily infiltrate that space. We know that. We know that there's corruption deeply embedded within the entirety of the system that completely grinds it. We know that. We know that we have 200 in excess ethnicity within the Nigerian space. We know that. And we also know that Peter Obi, he did somewhat of maybe let's give him a reasonable job in a space. In a space that he had all the advantages. The job is too big for him. It's just the thing. It's too big.
So can I tell you what you don't know? You have listed what you know. Can I tell you what you don't know?
Okay.
You don't know whether somebody like Showore can come and handle these things you have listed.
I know Showore can, but I don't think Peter Obi can. It doesn't have the chutzpah. It doesn't have the chutzpah.
Then you don't also know whether Peter Obi is going to come and manage this thing you have listed in a manner that will surprise you. You don't still know that.
I do know that. I do know because I know it's antecedent.
Another thing you don't know is that you don't even know tomorrow. So let's forget these things we are doing here. Let's forget these things we are doing. We are judging him on that very basis that he handled Anambra State space. Do you think it's easy to manage Anambra State? You think
very.
Is it what you think?
Yes.
And do you think it's only Igbo people that occupy Anambra State?
A good 75-80%.
So what is the highest number of people that occupy Lagos State? You said it's Yoruba, right?
Lagos. I mean, you know that Yoruba, as well as I do.
Is it not what you said is Yoruba? And then I can tell you another thing. Atiku has not managed a state, right? Before.
He has managed a country. He has managed a country.
Wait, I'm coming. He has never managed a state before, Atiku, right? But even without having the experience of managing a state, he was able to manage a country. He never managed a state, but he was not able to manage a country. But Peter Obi has tried to even manage a state, and you are not even trying to give him that possibility that he can still manage a country. Today, you are talking about Atiku that is very good. He did very well, but he never even managed a state.
He has managed a country now.
But he came and was able to manage a country, And then Peter Obi has managed a state, and you are now saying that he cannot manage a country. Can you see the error? Can you see the contradictions?
Yeah, but it's because of how he managed the states that people are saying that.
No, you are not in the state. I keep telling you, he did very well. People are referencing him. Soludo is still referencing him. Soludo is referencing him.
My friend, stop trying to convince. Please stop trying to convince one man. It's a waste of time.
No, I'm not trying to
Don't
convince him
anymore.
I'm not trying to convince him, but I want
You can't convince him.
All of us are educated.
His mind is made up. His mind is made up.
Let us argue on the basis of
his mind is made up. Even one man's son will do a better job than Peter Obi. That's his son that just came here a few hours ago. He will do a better job than Peter Obi, as far as no one is concerned.
Why are you people condemning one man now? One man has choice now. Maybe Tinubu is support Tinubu directly.
No, I'm not trying to convince anybody, but I'm just trying to.
No, I support Kingsley Moghalu. Kingsley Moghalu is my candidate.
So that is it. So that is the way I see this perspective. Let's talk on the issues. Let's not talk about people that have political experiences more than the other. To what extent has he helped us? To what extent has those people helped us? So let's forget about those kind of political experience. If you have leadership qualities, you have it. There are people that have it. If you have it, you have it. It doesn't matter where you are. The Bible. Let's refer to the Bible we profess. Many of us, I don't know whether they are Muslims here. The Bible was saying something about gifts. It was like people that was giving talents. That the little he gave you, if you manage it very well, he will add more to that little. But if you didn't manage that little very well, he will take it away from you and add to people who were able to manage well. So he has managed his state very well. That one he was giving, he did it very well. So I think on that very basis, he can go beyond that state and still manage very well. So let's not make these arguments that are not.
All right, Brennan. Let me take you to the Rufai space, but via Kulata's super chat, who of course delights in you as we all do. It says Sake father is just too cool, hard to unruffle him. So hard to unruffle, but I think it was shaking a little bit, but not stirred. Shaking but not stirred, like James Bond. So Sake father, so Rufai then and his wayward ways, this rascally youth on Arise TV. He thinks it's above the law, of course, but Lagos State put him to the right.
Yeah, Rufai is a nice person. I know that. He has been doing very well in the social space. But to this thing he did, I think it is childish, He shouldn't even have come out to, make any social media bring to the people's notice that this is what happened or try to explain things. I think you're on the wrong path. You're on the wrong path. You did something wrong against the law. Whatever the law says, you should just dance to that too and go your way. Coming out openly to begin to tell us how the police did that and he didn't know. Just like you said, ignorance of the law is never an excuse. He didn't know, he wasn't going on that road, but the fact is that you did something wrong. So if the law says you are going to pay, you just pay and go your way and see it as that this is one of the things mistake you've made, and correct yourself for tomorrow. So I don't I'm not comfortable that he came out to begin to make it as something that is very big. To me it is very puerile, to do. That is what I feel. Yeah.
All right, but you think it would be a bit excessive for them to put him in Kirikiri for a week, and give him a bit of flogging?
No, they will not do that. They will not
Eh?
do that. It's excessive. They will not do that.
All
They
right,
wouldn't do that. It will, but what I also expected is when he told, from what he said, I think he said he asked them to tell him the amount, like how much he should pay for that very offense, so that he can pay it and focus on where he was going. I think the police officers, they should have just ended it on that very at that very moment, like when he wanted to pay whatever is his offense, he should just pay and go for wherever he's going. So, but the only thing I fault in what he did, it was to come out and begin to broadcast this and make it as something that is very big. There is nothing here. Anybody can make mistake. So if you make mistake, focus on what the punishment is, take it, accept it in good faith, and continue what you are doing. That's what I think.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki. So, Saki, 4-time, let me go on from you and go to X0, who hopefully is still with us. X0, are you still there? Okay, yes. I didn't imagine X0 would be here because who has ever known X0 to be quiet when he's around? X0 never quiet. So let's go from X0 to Joel of Nashville, who hopefully is with us. Joel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant.
I'll be in the break room, okay?
All right, brilliant. Good of you to stay with us, Joel. So Joel, then to the narrative, of course, and to the narrowness of the criticism that his experience is not vast or deep enough for the complex job ahead. So there is some veracity to that, some people feel, but I suspect that you may disagree. Peter Obi versus Ifeanyi Okowa. So this is now how the space is evolving. Joe.
The issue between Peter Obi and Okowa is politics time, so I wasn't expecting anything different. But you see, we also have to pay attention to the way people have run their states in whatever capacity. We also have to look at the people's integrity at every point in time. I am one of those that said I like Sowore, but he should get at least a political position. Let's see how he fares in that position. Peter B has been around, governor, managed the bank, chairman of the bank, the Security and Exchange Commission. He headed all these places. So his brain or his capacity is not in doubt. For Okowa, I will look at him and putting Peter B side by side, in terms of achievement and and in terms of giving back to the people. I think Okowa is still in a distance, maybe like 10 to 20. Peter B is about 80 to 90. Okowa is about 10 to 20. Okowa has not even finished the bridge that he started for how long? What has Okowa done with all the resources given to the other states? Sometimes, I tend to laugh because sometimes I listen to someone like, I'm going to debate a little bit because I just think it's all politics. And Peter B, we all know, is far more capable, have so much integrity, has everything to give to that nation. What he did, and that is still confusing to Nigerians, is that he has oversimplified the problem. So that is the reason why you guys don't even see it. That is the Igbo spirit. I keep telling you that. We make things easy. We simplify it. There's no need to write too much grammar about it. We have told you what the problem is. These are guys that run the market. They are telling you this is what the problem is. Even people that are talking about production, we forget that 70% of what we use in our local production is imported. So what are we talking about? So let us look at issues. Let us look at issues the way it should be, and stop attaching so much sentiment to it. And let me just deviate a little bit. My brother over here, I think it was in the past 3 or 4 sessions, was saying something like, we were talking about the Igbos, and he made a comment. He said that the Igbo are a defeated group. It struck me. It struck me because you remember when I keep telling you guys about what, the utterances of leaders and how it, creeps into the psyche of the followers. That is one of the reasons I was talking about. When Kwankwaso made some about the North and Igbo, I think that is fading away now. They don't know where to hide. They've said that, oh, how can a North vote an Igbo man? Oh, these days they are now seeing that their lies are coming, is catching up with them. If Ovie, in all honesty, can say that the Igbos are a defeated group, I want to know what the definition of a defeated group is. We saw injustice in Nigeria and we fought the war. And looking at what is happening in Nigeria, deservedly so. I would not apologize. I was not there during the Civil War, but I would not ever apologize for anything that happened during the Civil War. You can take it any way you want. I care less. And of course, we lost our Civil War. In every war, in every engagement, there must be a loser, there must be a winner. If you're a winner, you show the loser the reason why he made a wrong decision for going to war. Looking back at what happened in 1966, looking at where we are today, I would like to ask, who was stupid or foolish for going to war? War sometimes might not be the best way to address issues. But when push comes to shove, you have to let it all out. It is only a tree that they say they were going to kill, and it still stood. In Igbo, we say that if you tell a human being, I'm coming to kill you, he will run away. We keep talking as if we live in different countries. We live in Nigeria. And to help Ovi a little bit, you know what a defeated people looks like? If you saw the video that one man posted like 2-3 days ago about the northern area, I forgot the state where they were doing some documentary where everybody had run away from. In Kaduna. That is Kaduna, for crying out loud. That is not like Sokoto. That is Kaduna. Are you saying we are defeated people? That's, if you want to talk about defeated people, that's the area you talk about. Where businesses, everything is gone. That is a defeated area. The South is, in case maybe you were too young or maybe you weren't born, Mr. Ovie, we're giving $20. Even if you own 20 million in the bank, you were giving $20 after the war to start up your life. In 100 years to come, I don't know what part of Delta you are from. You can never build a place like Onisha. You can never be as innovative as Newi. You can never be as dynamic as Aba. And I stand to say this because sometimes, you see, when you get pushed to the wall, we've had this narrative. We come to your village, we don't live in the bush. We come to your village, we buy a house. I'm a proud Igbo man, and I'm not going to be apologetic about it. So when people start using certain words like defeated group, I ask myself,
when was that said, by the way?
That was like 4 or 5. It was 4 or 5 stations in the past. I remember we were talking about the Southeast. And he made that comment in the
Was it in context when he said that? Was that in context?
No. We were talking about Igbo, and he even in some of the words, even the way he talks about Obi, you know that it is not about capacity. I mean, his own candidate is not even in the game. Nobody's talking about Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is looking for who to take bribe from and give his group to. which is also fine. And there's nothing wrong in what he said. But the thing there is that when you say stuff like that, it is left for people like us to, remind us where we are coming from and where we are today. And if case not taken, where we headed. So that is so much for the Igbo space. So any person coming, if you want to address issue. But when you use words like that, it means that you still stop.
All right, that must have bypassed me, because I'm not sure that is something that I would have allowed to slide.
No. One man, like, it's no problem. I am not angry about it, but you see, it is good. It is good to communicate. That's like when somebody was talking about interjections. Interjections are good. That is how, if not, it's going to be a boring station. Interjections are good. So when someone makes statement, it's not all good. Address it with love, like address it with facts. Like I just told him, it's a fact that we were given $20 after the war. It's a fact that today that the Igbos are the richest group in Nigeria.
You know that you were given an unfair. What about the rest of everybody? Nobody was given anything.
Oh so no, but the rest of the country, apart from the old eastern region, right? The rest of Europe, but the rest of Ibadan was on during the war. The Northerners were going to school during the war. That was why after the war, if you forgot, after the war,
when have they ever gone to school?
No, the University of Ibadan was open. I mean, the schools, whatever school that was open in the north was open in the north. Remember, 90% of the war was fought on eastern soil, right? So nothing was going on in the eastern area. Even after the war, we didn't, because they killed so much people, or many people fled. We didn't have even much people. So even we didn't have qualified people because of the law that they put in as per your qualifications. We didn't have enough of those people to occupy political positions. But what did the Igbos do? Okay. What did the Igbos do? The Igbos went ahead, went back to school, rebuilt themselves. Before the Civil War, they were doing so great. So you see, instead of attacking a group, learn from them. It's just like me trying to attack the Yorubas on the media space when I know there are juggernauts in it. You see, you respect people. Then if you feel like you want to own part of it, you go there and own part of it. That's how you grow. But you cannot see someone that is far, far, far ahead of you and you're trying to put that person down. It's not going to work. The Igbos are far ahead. In fact, Anambra State has the highest amount of billionaires per square meter. Per square meter. It's an achievement we are so proud of. We are so proud of ourselves. All we are saying is this. We want to go to the center and build Nigeria. If Nigeria says no, it is still okay. What most people don't understand is that 90% of the money you gotten from corruption is spent in the market. And the Igbos are a major part of that market. So we are feeding, we are eating. That is not the problem. We just want a better Nigeria so we can grow from where we are. But whatever system Nigeria brings, we are very dynamic people. If Nigeria wants production, we will hit production. I promise you, we will be the first, we will be ahead. If Nigeria says it's consumption, we are also going to help Nigeria with consumption. So, Woma, let's go to another topic.
All right, brilliant, well put. So, brilliant, well put. To the space then, Rufai Osene, who feels he's above the law, breaks the law, then is weeping and gnashing on social media, trying to launch his army at the state. The state not having any of it, of course, and the functionaries of Lagos State now insisting they are going to put him in handcuffs. So what are you then making then of this wayward youth on Arise TV?
I wouldn't say he's wayward, but that was a wrong move by Rufai. You see, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. And if you are a preacher of fairness and justice on your show, you should live it. It shouldn't always be about talking. You should be able to live it. You should be seen to believe in it. You were driving on I don't know if it was a bus route, Even me that normally comes in from Port Harcourt to Lagos, I know the bus routes. So Rufaya cannot claim that he does not know. However, I might understand the reason why maybe he might be pissed because of the way the way those guys might approach you. Their approach to issues are quite kind of violent. If you've not had any issue with those VIO guys, pray not to, because they're going to take you to the cleaners. However, he failed the law. Going to make it when you fail, you see, he can always use comic, to talk about his experience and let it go. Let it go. He can still come out and say, "Oh my goodness, oh man, I failed the law today. My experience today, please, I did not know this has happened, but please let it be an eye opener to every one of you. I want to use this my moment as a teachable moment to others. Please, if you are driving, this is against the law." What he is trying to do is trying to pitch the people against the government over a mistake that he made, which is wrong. I'm a fan of Fire. I've always been a fan of him. People are bound to make mistakes. But in this situation, he didn't manage it very well. And I would think he should just subpedal with whatever thing he's trying to do online, to rubbish the Lagos State government. Because look, let me tell you something. As a human being that has stayed in Lagos State, it is not easy to manage people. You understand what I'm saying? You will see the government, they try. They will tell you this is the law. The law will stand for 2 days. And the same people that law is meant for. And you see the reason why they made those laws. But you cannot make laws for people that think like animals, especially when you're talking about those downfall drivers. They don't give a hoot about you. They don't give a hoot about, especially those arboros. And it's not just in Lagos. It is happening in any state where you have, where you have like dense population. Like if you go to Onitsha, for instance, it's the same thing. You see these guys, you see them on the street, and the way they're going to, treat you. There was video I was going to send to you about how someone was even a lady in Owerri was cornered and was robbed. Was being robbed, and somebody was out there videoing the person, viewing the lady, seeing what was going on. It was kind of a peaceful environment, but everybody knew, people around knew that that lady was robbed, was getting robbed, and they didn't do anything about it. So that is the situation we have seen ourselves or found ourselves in Nigeria. But if I can do much better than this, please, he should.
All right, brilliant. Well put. And briefly on this space, Joel, the war of attrition between Reno Omokri and the Obedience, he's now saying his time is going to sheathe his sword and keep his own counsel. But is this Reno Omokri now? Are we giving him too much airtime now? Is he a busted flush? Has he long lost his relevance? And is it one of those that really should be parked to one side as we move forward in serious matters? Reno Omokri and his noise making.
Reno, has the character of say FFK. I don't know, Fani Kayode.
Yes.
And that is Reno kind of, and the Giadeniu. Those are Adenuju, those are people, those are stomach infrastructure people, but they claim that they are for the people,
because Reno is against Obi, so he turned to stomach infrastructure.
No, but I mean,
because
but if you see,
the Adenuju is against Obi, so it's a stomach infrastructure.
Because the thing
you guys just get it right.
Adeleko, see, this is my reason, right? It is not, don't stop making it about tribe or something. Look, let me just say this.
You are the one talking about tribe things. I'm not talking about
no,
tribe.
I am not talking
Am
about
I
tribe
of
on
the
this
same
one.
tribe with Reno?
Hold on
Come
now.
on, man.
Reno
Why
is
are you
not
going
Yoruba.
tribe?
Reno is not even Yoruba. That's why I said don't make it about tribe.
It's not
This is
about
the thing, right?
you are just too.
Okay,
I don't
sorry.
know.
Okay, sorry if I misread you. Is that okay? Okay, let me just
You
go
like
on.
playing tribal game every time, man. Why? All this while that you be talking is everything about Igbo. We are better than everybody. We Igbo, we have more millionaire.
But that is the fact.
Not
I cannot
everybody. No,
apologize for it.
why
The
am I
other
coming
day,
up with
Alexander came out here
hold
and
on,
said
man?
that the
Why am I
Yorubas are
coming
the
with
most
Reno
elevated
and
group.
Adeyonu turn out to be tribal?
Hold on.
Why is
I
it
did not
tribal?
go against it. It is
Yorùbá
a
ní
fact
Fúlàní ló
that
ń
the
dìbò
Yorubas are the most celebrated group in Nigeria. It is a fact. I am
We
not
are
going to
not
doubt
talking
it.
about tribal, man. What I'm telling you,
Please, I just
Reno
made a
and
reference because you're not
Omokri,
listening.
not Reno and Omokri, is it because they are opposed to big candidacy that amount to them being a stomach infrastructure? How does that turn to be stomach infrastructure because they are opposed to Obi?
It is stomach infrastructure because when you are saying things that are not based off facts, it means that somebody is paying you to do such.
Oh, come on. So not everybody. One man that speak against, okay, so one man that speak against Obi all the time, somebody being paid, is being paid by somebody to speak against Obi.
I cannot lay claim to that, but that's not impossible.
But that is what you are saying.
About?
I mean,
no,
come
I'm
on,
not
man.
Saying, I am not saying. I am not saying. It could also be
put your position out there right, and just don't be trying to mischaracterize people like that.
No.
Wrong.
The thing, I am not miscategorizing any process, and I still stand by what I said. And what I said here is that the Igbos, if you were there when OVS said you were on that show. Because he made it, I don't know if you read the comment, but he said it. The Igbo were able to a defeated group. You did not call him to attention, but now I am responding. Now you are attacking me. I'm saying it's about Igbo. The other day it was about Kulata and Thomas. You just cited Thomas. Look, we are not in a competition, me and you. What we are here to do here is just to educate the Nigerian public. And if anyone is going southward or trying to misinform the people, it is left for us. Sometimes they say something about Showere, and you come out and you correct the person. Now, when you talk about Obi, look, Obi is not going to respond. We know that Obi is not going to respond. I am one of Obi's attacking dogs. He has not sent me for that message, but I am a proud one. You cannot say anything bad about Obi. As long as it is not factual, I must come for you. So be ready for it. I am not hiding it. So see my face. That's the reason whenever I talk, I put my face out there to tell you. Whenever you see me, engage me in whatever has to do with Obi, we are going to trash it up, flesh it out in love. But I must always tell you the reason why Obi is the best candidate amongst the top three. There is no doubt about it. It is not a question of me trying to, sell a dummy to Nigerians.
To be fair, Ajale Koko, you used to do that a lot with Showore. I remember there was a time if we were discussing the weather, you will say, "Oh, the weather is very sunny." And that is why Showore, there was a time you couldn't complete a sentence without inserting Showore one way or the other.
One man, don't put salt in.
Look, when I mute you, stay muted now. Moses, how many times do I have to? Sorry,
I don't want you to put salt into injury now.
No, I'm just saying that the thing with Joel is he's already nailed his colors to a mast to say that he stands with Peter Obi and he stands for Peter Obi and is even promoting Peter Obi. So there's no surprise then that everything that he wants to pivot to.
I have donated as well. So when Thomas is saying, and see, when Thomas said that his mother does not know who Peter Obi or people in his locality does not know who Peter Obi is, it is a challenge. It's a good information. It's a good information to us. We are heading there. Since he said Ibadan does not have it, we are going to enter inside Ibadan. We are going to talk to people of Ibadan. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So who are you talking to Ibadan when you are in America? You are the one here
we have
organizing
coordinators. We have coordinators. We have coordinators in all
Ibadan.
states.
Or you just come on, one man went to move, they make mouth here. You cannot even vote for this Obi that you are talking about. You
You've
cannot
not
even
convinced
vote
one
for him.
person here.
You just the make mouth. You just the make mouth.
Ajale Koko, he has not even, you have not won one soul here, one person.
See, let me tell you something. Ajale Koko, in every state, we have coordinators. In every state. So, if you've not heard about Peter Obi, at least at first ballot, then we need to move into that area. So now he has said this. I have taken it upon a challenge. We will go back to our meeting tonight or tomorrow morning. I'm going to talk to those that are in Ibadan, that they should do something. And if Thomas does not mind to give me the local government he was talking about, so that we can go there and preach to them, we have to let them know, teach them. If at the end of the day they choose a different candidate, it's still no problem. It is still politics. But
right,
I mean, we have to sell the good product. That's
all right,
it.
brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Joel. So from Joel, we're going to Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, you are up next. So Ajale Koko, I'm going to need you to do something for me. I'll start you off with the Peter Obi versus Okowa narrative, and then go on from there to the Rufai narrative, and then any of the topics that you want to speak on. I want to step away from the screen for a moment. So if I'm not back whilst you run your commentary, then go on from yourself and take the sessions and have Moses next. So Ajale Koko, you are up next and you are in charge for a moment. So Ajale Koko, to you.
Thank you, one man. Let me say good afternoon, evening, or morning to you, wherever you are around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe. On the issue of Okowa campaigning that he is political shield is stronger than that will be. Yeah, that is true. It's true because he had so many political, elective offices rather, before he became the governor. He's gonna finish his second term next year. So that is a fact. It's a fact that was on the ground. That is nobody can dispute that. But does that mean that Obi is not qualified for the position of presidency? Or does that mean that if Obi become president, he won't perform? No. Obi has what it takes to lead that country, as well as Atiku and Tinubu, and my own candidate as well, who is more qualified than all of them, who is more straightforward, who is more persistent, who is more stable. If we are a country that, and people that really know what we are really doing, all the three candidates that we often talk about, Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi, shouldn't be in our consideration at all. We should be talking about Showore, we should be talking about Mogbalu, we should be talking about the guy in SDP, brand new faces.
Ajale Koko, can you please address this new wine they are calling Obi? Is Obi a new wine? I want you to address that, please.
No, those people that are saying that, they know in the heart of their heart that they are lying to people. They know that Obi is not a It's not something new. It's not a new wine, and and that is why it is not good lying to market your candidate. You can't lie to market your candidate. The more you like, the more you the more you make people to hate your candidate instead of
Ajaligo, can I redirect? Can I just suggest something? Can I say something rather?
Okay, yes, you can.
The thing is this, to start with, we don't even need a new wine to start with, right? And when we are talking of rotten wine, at least we have some wine that we can say they've already expired. And we have some that may even still expire like maybe 2, 5, 10 years time. So that is how we can categorize OB. So the thing is, it's not a function of new wine, but when you look at what you have presently, when we look at Atiku, when we look at Tinubu and Shetima, so let me emphasize that Shetima, I think there's no way we want to place Obi alongside those people. It's not just possible. That's just the way I see it. Because when you want to talk of Atiku today,
But Hola, you can't exclude him. You can't
wait,
exclude him.
wait, you are just saying we cannot exclude him. Today now, we still have challenges. We don't know who owns the toll gate in Lagos, for example. They will be telling you that, oh, it's not mine. As at the last time, someone pioneered this idea of lifetime benefit for the ex-governors. And we know the person that the name is Tinubu. We know the person that stylishly he sold the state house, that body law, the Lagos State House to himself. Even when the like of Jack Conde built houses scheme and he didn't allocate any to himself. We know all those ones. So there's no way you want to compare Obi and Tinubu along that line. Then we have the same article that is boss openly declared that if he just supports Atiku for what he has done about him, that God will never forgive him. So all these things are facts in the public. And even though I'm not saying Obi is clean, don't get me wrong. I don't believe that any politician is corruption free. But when you look at within the limitation, there is no way to compare Obi, to put Obi alongside all these guys. That's just my own sentiment there. So even if Obi is not a new one, it's not a rotten wine. That's what I would say. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you, Ola. So, but you don't want to look at Obi as one of those politicians, or particularly a person that invested heavily in PDP, that destroy that country. You don't want to look at it from that angle, that he invested in a party that destroy that country. You don't want to see it from another angle, that if Atiku had won in 2019, he would have been serving under a corrupt man, a man that you condemn now. He would have been his vice president and be working with a corrupt person. I have a friend, a very good friend of every one of us here, Vin. He said it some time ago, that a friend of a thief is a thief as well. So all this while that Obi had romance,
Ajale Kokodami, Dora Akuili, Okonjo Iweala, they are all thieves. Because if you want to say it that way, so everybody, even Akinwumi, now that is heading one of the bank in Nigeria because he worked with Goodluck Jonathan, so he's a thief. That's from the premises.
Do we really get it at all in that country? That is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I said we, the people, are the problem. We like to choose one of these criminals that have destroyed or participated or supported the destruction of our country as one of our champions against another. That is the problem with us. If we are right-thinking people, Okoje Weala, Akewumi, and all these people you are talking about, we should do away with them. They had their own time. Bye-bye. What have they done good?
So
what is it good that they have done? What is it? All those
of experience.
What do you mean by experience on what?
If we go by that, Ajale Koko, we can't even say that Awolowo was totally pure, right?
No, don't go back. Don't limit this talk. Limit this talk on the current Nigeria and these people that are governing our pace or governed or participating in governing our pace. Let us limit it. Don't let us, because when we go back to Awolowo and Odire, we'll be digressing too much. So, but what I'm telling you is that it is time to do away with all these people. All of them, Okoje Wala served under Obasanjo, and he did well. And why? Because he was serving under the headship that was forthright, that had a sense of direction, that was fighting against corruption, and a no-nonsense leader. But when he served under Jonathan, he chickened in. Corruption flow like a pipe bomb. What do you call it? When you turn off your faucet, your kitchen faucet, the way the water will be running so fast. That was how corruption was flowing during Jonathan time, and he was the manager of the economy. What is all this campaign about Okoje Weala we are talking about? The debt was cleared when he was there as the finance manager under Obasanjo. What did he do under Jonathan? When they were making so much money, they indebted. They put our neck into $8 billion. They run out into debt of 8 billion naira within that short period of time before she left, before the government was packed out. In spite of the fact that they were making a hell of money, the oil was between $100 or $150 when they were selling it. What did they do? Come on, man. We got to face reality, man. So, but as I was saying, Okowa, what you said, we have the fact to that. It wasn't lying that he had a very better political CV than what do you call him?
Obi.
Obi, yeah. It's not it didn't lie, but does that mean that if Obi becomes president, that Obi cannot do good? No. Obi will surely do good. I believe he will do good. I know one man will say Obi managed a micro. How did you describe it?
Mono-ethnic.
Yes. Mono-ethnic, mono-economy, mono-religious, mono-everything. Yaradua, the same thing, Yaradua, the same with Jonathan. So all of them managed mono. Jonathan even had nothing. No experience whatsoever. He was just vice governor in the state, vice governor in that little state that is not as big that you can walk around, Bayelsa State. Vice governor to emergency governor, from emergency governor to vice president, and then bam, the president. So if you compare the record of Obi and that of Jonathan when they managed the state, I believe that Obi did better than
do you
Jonathan.
think Obi would have been better off if he was a Yoruba man?
Even though that is not a Yoruba man, I don't see. I won't say that is not a a good person or I
I
won't say
mean, do you
that.
think it
I
would
won't
be
say,
more? Do you think it would be more sellable if he was a Yoruba man? Do you think people will accept him more?
If Obi is a Yoruba man that is in Tinubu's camp, the same time with Tinubu, she won't be a presidential candidate, except he want to go and pick up a party, a ticket of another party, the same way he did running out of PDP to Labour Party and now singing a new tune as if he's something new, you know. So he wouldn't have been able to be a presidential candidate if Tinubu, if he's in the same party with Tinubu. Tinubu will have overshadowed him in Yoruba land the way he overshadowed Ekiti candidate and even the vice president and all of them that came from Yoruba. That is what will have happened to him. But yeah, that is what will have happened to him.
What I'm saying essentially, leaving the Tinubu aspect aside, do you think a lot of the pushback against Peter Obi, do you think a lot of it, either knowingly or unknowingly, is all wrapped around ethnic bias? Do you think, because there is somewhat an ethnic bias towards the East in Nigeria, if Peter Obi was a Yoruba man, all things remaining the same, would it be a more sellable person?
With this, with the present support that is having? Hello?
Yeah, no, but with the a lot of people pushing back
against him, the present support that is having everywhere, with the present waves of support for him, yeah, it will have been more sellable. It will have been more sellable, but you know, I don't want us to see Obi as a person that cannot do the job if he assumed the president. I mean, if he assumed the position of president. I believe that he will do a good job because.
Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Why I believe that is that, you see, he's a moderate person. He is not a flamboyant person. His politics, the way he plays it, is different from others. He's a frugal manager as well. And all those qualities that Obi had put him in a good position of it placed him well in a position of leadership, particularly this time that we are looking for a leadership that is not corrupt, a leadership that, you know, is ready to take us out of this crisis. You know, I believe, I don't want to subscribe to some of this opinion that like some of these Obi people says against Showore, or Showore needs to go and start somewhere, or he needs to go and manage this thing. I don't believe in all those nonsense. I believe that somebody that have a plan, that can openly articulate his plan very well, can manage that position of leadership well, as long as we have an institution in place that can drive his plan and his agenda for the nation. Is the institution it's the institution we have that we do the job and not a singular person. Not only the president, what the president need, he need to have that ability to pick the right people in the right position that will do the job well, according to his agenda, according to his plan for the country. And he must be able to have that ability to monitor and know how they are doing it. He must be able to have ability to appraise or check on them how they are carrying out that job in compliance to his agenda for the nation. So that is what I believe in. I don't believe.
Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Can you imagine we have Femi Falana as Attorney General of Nigeria? See how Nigeria will be. I'm just citing that's like a one person that I know. We know that is a little bit upright, like Femi Falana, like Attorney General of Nigeria.
Yes, that's what we need. We need a president that can pick, that can put the right people in the right position, people that are well qualified for the job, people that are not put in that position on the basis of tribal or religious or anything, people that can do the job well. That is what we need. And I believe that Sowore can do that. I believe Sowore can do that. And Obi have that outlook too, as a person that we like to lead with, and as such, he would like to pick the best to handle strategic position in that country to manage the resources of that country well. So I don't want all this campaign of calumny that we carried out against each other, against our candidates sometimes, that doesn't make sense. We should eschew from that. We should just look at who are the people that can do the job well. I know my candidate, Omoyele Sowore, have the capacity to lead that country well. And he have the capacity to put a very, very good team for that country. A new generation of leadership across that country that can do the job well for that country. That is my belief. And, you know,
can I interject a little bit?
Oh, I was wanting him to round off that space, but okay.
Just a little.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we talked about Falana, and we've been talking, right? So I know, based on what you're saying, talking about the people, the kind of people Obi is going to put into power, right? I know that Falana or Olusegun is going to be the next AGM under Peter Obi. We need those kind of people that will come out and tell us the truth. Period. Young people, and he has said it. He wants to bring in young folks. We can't be saying 30%, 30-year-old, 32 years old ministers. It's about time. Thank you. I just wanted to add to what you're saying.
All right, brilliant.
Okay, thank you. So, one man, I sent you something to show to you how your candidate Soludo is failing in the state. Everywhere is full of what do you call this thing? Trash, heap of mountain of trash everywhere in Anambra State. You and brother Alexander Gomez will be saying, "Oh, Soludo is the best, or it could be better than Obi, or he do this and Obi." He have not even started. He have not started anything, and you people are praising him. I sent the video. Show the video. It's just 2 minutes.
All right. Hold on. Are you sure you want to go there, Ajale?
Yeah, I want to go there. Show it to. I want Zaki to interpret, because the guy was telling us in Igbo language, so they can interpret it to us. what you said.
Hold on. I will show it, but all right. Okay, hold on. Let me just line it up. All right. Hold on. That was the last thing you sent me on Instagram, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So hold on. Where is it? All right. Okay. I will show it. But you opened up that space. But before I show it, let me acknowledge Kulata's super chat, which is pointed in the direction of Joel, of course. It says Joel is an Igbo billionaire. Share the money. So I think Joel is actually a dollar billionaire. This is a man. If you know, he doesn't have a house in Anambra. He has an estate in Anambra. Joel, a man of wealth. So here is the video Ajale Koko wanted you to see in condemnation. And by the way, this video predates this. What you are going to see, it predates Charles Soludo, of course. So this is the problem that Charles Soludo inherited.
Hospital, eye clinic. Never the mother on the mother. Never flat the mother, every mother, like Nedos being goes from Junction, MCC Junction, way to low as about park. What name indicate that I buy the business to poison? Okay, never number station. Let him know about all during the time of election. I mean, we have a ward in the world, you think I want 5, think I want 7, think I want even 1. On the ward 5, I'm on at those people. Let us see. Let's let them mother. Never mother. You are going now those being kind of those being on the channel now those be everywhere those be. Now I name banana service lane I don't know or the month. What I got service lane, but I don't know what I be package everywhere. Kana Fukane. Oh no one in your liver. I can't
This is very bad. Very.
Yes.
Okay, let me explain what he was saying, right?
Yeah, be brief, but I have a counter to that, but be brief, yeah.
That video that you saw, I think it was under Obiano, it's not under Soludo.
Yes.
Soludo has started the cleaning up. There is this other guy, BVI.
No. Let me pick it up from there because
go ahead.
I always encourage because I always follow a lot of these people on social media, and you may not be surprised to know that Soludo fully social media savvy, including having his own YouTube channel. So like Joe was saying, that problem that identified predates Soludo, but Soludo, of course, a man of solutions. So let me not speak for him. Let him speak for himself.
But we are starting it again in Anambra with greater vigor. Because our program of a clean and green Anambra, we want a clean, green, planned, and sustainable environment. A ga-enwe ebe ndị mmadụ ga-eji ọkpa onye ji ọkpa nwee ebe ọ na-aga. Anyị ama na-azachasịa ife anyị kpọrọ ya wunye n'ime gọta. Eziokwu. Mbanụ.
Eziokwu.
Ọ mmadụ na ya. Maka na ndị sụlọ dịpụrụ ya n'oyibo sị na cleanliness is next to godliness. Iwukwuo n'ịdị ọcha dịkwa ya ka ọ dịbara nso n'ebe Chukwu nọ. Ịdị ọcha, ebe ibi dị ọcha, ọ ya na. Ọ dịkwuo n'mgbe n'anyanụ. maka mmiri atọ na gọta ọnya bụ na anwụ na-ata pọ onye ọbụla nọ na Anambra.
So there it is. So Ludo responds himself. That was, you see. So when I say this guy is a superstar, that's just one of the spaces. It wasn't even just holding shovel. It wasn't holding shovel for camera. So the grimiest of the grime, he was in the gutter.
One man, but one man,
he was literally cleaning up after the mess that Obi and
Obi just showing off. He's not cleaning nothing, man. He's just cleaning up there.
So one man with all that heap you saw, so that 2 shovel or 3 shovel is going to clean it all up. No, that's Look, see, and one man, you see, the problem in South, it has not been people, right, doing this kind of things. It's the sustainability. Let's see if Peter, he's just like 3-4 months in power. Let's see if it's going to be sustainable before we jump on the Soludo wagon. He's my governor. He's from my state. But
yeah, please, but it's cleaning up the mess that Obiano and Obi made. Literally,
it's okay. It's okay. Whatever way you want to put it, let's just see if it is sustainable. That's it. Thank you.
All right. So there it is.
Yeah, that's good. But I mean, it's very unfair to start condemning Obi for 8 years. That he, for his 8 years as governor, and praising Soludo that have not spent 1 year. So I think that would be very, very wrong, one man. And you are doing that. That is wrong. And I want to tell our people too, like Joel and Zaki, condemning what do you call? What's the name of that governor of Delta State?
Okowa.
That he didn't do anything. What has he done for 8 years? You guys didn't know what this guy have done. You didn't know. You don't know what he has done in that state. His contribution or the way he has governed that state. You guys don't know it, but you are condemning him against Obi that he failed in his state. But you guys don't know. But you just want to rubbish people.
All right. We're 45 minutes from 5 hours, and 5 hours I will shut down. But so Adale Koko, round off your thoughts on that, and then I want to take you to Rufai to have your comments on that. Rufai Hussaini.
Okay. Let me go to Rufai. Yeah. You see, Rufai have not done anything wrong for bringing what happened to him on the social media. I believe thousands of Nigeria report on social media police molestation every day. But it's just that Rufai is a known person, is a popular person, and that is why his own come to limelight. Police brutality in Nigeria is one of the worst, if not the worst, in the world. What has Rufai done wrong? Rufai did not even lie. He said the truth. What he didn't know that place, the lane he was passing through was BRT lane. Yes, he has done wrong. He committed the offense. Why can't they write him the ticket? Why can't they fine him? Why did they molest him? Why did they have to jump into his car and then try to take his vehicle from him? It is wrong. That is lawlessness. People in charge of law, people that are meant to implement the law, should not violate the law. I mean, what is the system? What is the system that Lagos State put in place on, to checkmate people whenever they running against the law? Is he commit any criminal offense? It's a misdemeanor, or it's just a traffic offense. every day when you drive, I have run into traffic offense several times in this country. The moment you jump in your car and you are driving, you could run against the traffic law anytime. It could ever be maybe your headlamp, if one of your headlamp is dead and the police pull you over and then write you ticket, or maybe anything could just happen. So, but you know, the police did not handle the matter well. Rufai did not argue with them that he has not committed an offense, but the police mistreatment of him is what that he was reporting to the world. And reporting that to the world is good for us, the people. It's good for us because now I want to guarantee you several others that these are happened to before him that didn't report might come out on the social media and start claiming the same thing. That what happened to to Rufai has happened to them before too. And maybe they're trying to extort money from him, but because Rufai is a person that is a broadcaster that they know, and they don't know how to ask the money from, because they know Rufai will come on the air and shout to the air, hey, do you know that they demanded money from me? But he is, I think the police they can do better than that. When they pull people over, you don't have to, Lagos State and the police should be able to devise a means of writing. He have a plate number. They can write his plate. They can give him fine. I don't know the way. Maybe someone have to, because everything in Nigeria is different. Maybe they have to tell you to pay the money immediately, or they have to give you a paper to sign, and then you go and pay the fine later. And if you don't come and pay the fine, they can go after you because they have your plate number. But I don't know the way they do it. But Lagos State should be able to come out with a way of writing a ticket or fining people whenever they run against a traffic law. Traffic law should not warrant police molestation of human beings. The molested him, and as a citizen, he has the right to report it to the world. Where will he go if he didn't come to the open court of social media? Now that he reported it to social media, everybody is knew that yes, something like this happened to Rufai. So I heard some of you been blaming Rufai that he didn't handle it. No, I don't see anything wrong in the way he handled it. He handled it well. He complied with the police. They stop him, he stopped. They asked for everything, he complied. Why should they take the vehicle from him? Why should they point gun at him? For what? Why should gun be pointed at somebody to his face? Is he a criminal? He's not a criminal. He just committed a traffic offense. For God's sake, Nigerians, we should get it right. When we criticize or we talk against somebody, a citizen like us, we should put ourselves in their own shoe like that before we criticize them. Because some of us have been talking, oh, Rufai did not do well. He didn't do anything wrong. Police did the wrong by pointing gun at his face. It is very, very wrong. It's illegal, and it should be condemned. That's the way I see it, one man. Thank you.
Brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let me go from you to Moses. Moses, so we start you off then with the Rufai space. So the Rufai space, a crime was committed, so by his own admission, and the punishment must be meted out. Moses.
Yes, one man, you are right. You have spoke well. If you commit offense, you have to face the charges. What I'm trying, not that I'm defending Rufai, or maybe Rufai is my friend or something like that. But what I'm trying to say is that in any society, there must breaking of law. If you are driving, you cannot say, oh, as I'm going out today, I will not break the traffic rule. You cannot guarantee yourself that. That's what I'm sure of that. So even though Palestinian can break the law by mistakenly of going wrong side, maybe he didn't know that place very well. So what I'm trying to say is that if Rufai break the law, yes, he should face. He should face the charges. But you know, he confessed that he made a mistake. There's not, there's that everybody can make a mistake. Everybody can make a wrongdoing, but that doesn't mean it's a serious offense like that. If you are talking about a traffic rule, what of immigration rule? If someone overstay in the country or is doing something that violates the immigration, is it a serious criminal offense? Breaking the immigration rule is an offense, but it's not a do or die offense. What I'm trying to say is that he confessed that he made a mistake. He didn't know. Yes, we are right, but he have already committed offense. They should charge him. Before, I remember when they formed road safety. If you commit offense on the highway, road safety will take your plate number. They will give you fine. They will say, go and pay in Abuja, or go and pay in Port Harcourt, or go and pay in Kano. Where is the law? Is the law no more for any traffic offense?
All right, but that's a wider space, though. But really, Rufai committed the crime, so he should take the punishment.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, take the punishment. But what I'm saying is that what transpired between Rufai and the law officer, we didn't know, and we all know. We know what is happening in Nigeria. Maybe they don't know Rufai before, and you can't expect Rufai to give them money. Maybe they demand for if you can settle. If you cannot settle, you will take your vehicle to the office destination. And Rufai say, no, I cannot give you money. I cannot give you. You don't know what is happening. We all know Nigeria, but maybe later they discover this is Rufai. I don't know him. This guy that is doing this. You know, we should be sincere to ourselves. We should be pretend. We know as Nigeria is run, how they run Nigeria. All this law officer, they okay. Can you imagine? See the police officer say, my commander, I will give my commander money. Is the truth? He's saying the truth. The officer saying the truth. But by saying the truth now, people are they condemn him. They cover the truth because officer cannot be on the road. He was posted to that place. Many officers, they wanted to be in that place so they can make money.
All right.
Now, the officer, he confessed that, okay, my commander, I will give my commander money. My commander will cover me if I do anything wrong. Just bring the money. And the money from the constable, he will go to the IG. I want to clear something. From constable, he will go to the.
No, you are going to a wider topic now.
No, I just want to clear about Rufai issue. That we should know. What we don't know is what we don't know. What we know is what we know. It's Rufai and the police officer that can come and tell us what transpired between them. Not that we'll be condemning Rufai. We say because.
But there is no mystery as to what transpired now. Rufai drove on a bus lane, which he admits he was stopped by the police, which was what happened. He claimed that the police pointed a gun at him, which has not been denied, but the police authorities are saying that they are going to investigate that. But the Lagos state government are saying that Rufai is going to have to pay whatever penalty that the law stipulates. So that's the totality of it. So there's no mystery to anything.
Yes, but Rufai did not deny that. Okay, what I'm saying is that when he commit offense, because here for me, for example, here if you commit offense, traffic offense here, immediately the police officer, the traffic officer he will check your plate number. He will write your fine. He will give you the fine.
Yeah, but that's not the system in Nigeria now.
Oh, the system in Nigeria is collect by force, bring it by force.
So what wider point? I'm not sure where you are going. Where's the controversy for you?
My controversy is that if Rufai commit offense,
yes,
the security officer should do the right thing.
Okay, so he did not do the right thing. And that has been brought to the attention of the police authorities who are investigating it.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
all right. Let me take you. Let me take you to the Okowa versus Peter Obi space. Give us a brief commentary on that.
About Okowa and the Peter Obi. You see, it's a little different issue between them. But I know politics play game between them. But what I'm trying to say is that if you check the profile of Okowa, we know Okowa have the political appointment or by elected than Obi. But if you check Obi profile, Obi was a former governor for 8 years, yes, and he holds some business position that he can be able to manage very well. So he's also have a profile that show that he can lead Nigeria in his own capability if the structure on the ground can enable him to rule Nigeria. It's not by personality about the situation of Nigeria that you can do this. I'll boot these people. I'll boot my former state. I run my. No. Nigeria system is not like that. Nigerian system is not like that. Nigerian system will not allow you. The constitution will not allow you to perform because your constitution will control the government. Not the government will control constitution. But when the constitution is not right, how will you perform? So by that, they are just playing the politics between them. But what I'm trying to say, there are different issues between Obi and Okowa. Obi have ability to rule Nigeria because he have tasted a state for good 8 years and he hold a business, a big organization business, and they are doing fine. So about the two of them, they both can rule Nigeria because you can see it from the former president Jonathan and Yar'Adua also. Even though Obasanjo, the only thing Obasanjo used past them is that he's a former military head of state. So there's no issue on that.
All right, brilliant.
Like that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Moses. So Moses, for time, let me go on from you to Ola and take Ola then to the space of Okowa versus Peter Obi and have him voice his opinion on that. So Ola, the Okowa versus Peter Obi saga.
Well, to be honest, I've not been following that, so let me pass.
All right, and to the what's his name? Rufai Oseni versus the state. You know, he wanting to flex his muscles in terms of his influence and being brought up short by Lagos State.
I don't see any big issue there, to the best of my knowledge, because like Ajale Boko and every other one said earlier, the guy just committed traffic offense. And traffic offenses, they come with their own penalty. So there's no story. It's just like maybe the police just pull anybody and you just ticket and the police start dramatizing. So that's very, very unnecessary. So the harassment part of it is what Nigerians should look at. So we shouldn't just say maybe because we have some kind of biases against Rufai and he cannot speak just because we don't like what he has done to maybe a politician we so adore, or maybe why making some statement, just doing his job, he has stepped upon some people. So we shouldn't be doing that. Whatever Rufai is saying now can happen to any Nigeria. That is where we should see that. So this is not far from what it might not be a brutal. This is not too far from what what Nigerians have been experiencing from the police. So what the policeman did to me, if you ask me, very, very unprofessional, and so I cannot blame a journalist for coming out, a media person for coming out and try to expose what actually happened. So Rufai committed an offense. He should pay for that, but shouldn't make a policeman to harass him. So all I need to say, all I have to say about that.
All right, brilliant. And Reno Omokri somewhat withdrawing his aggression against the Peter Obi space, promising to sheath his sword for reasons that somebody had interceded. Is it the case now that the obedient movement have beaten the will out of this this guy that is fading in relevance? So Reno Omokri and the obedient, he waves the white flag of surrender.
The thing is this: a person like me on this right here, I've said so many things against Obi on several occasions, that serious argument, his performance, everything. But when that is what was obtainable within the space and that time, right? But since politics is dynamic and we have to look at what is obtainable now, when I see the way things are going and I look at the danger, I reevaluated my position and I came up with this fact that Obi might just be the best for the country as we speak for now. So if I look at it from my own perspective, yeah, Reno Omokri is a human being like me too. You might have had some kind of opinions yesterday or like a week ago, and today events might have reshaped how you think about the current situation. So to me, Reno Omokri has not done anything so special. Everybody knows what is happening in the country, and if you feel that you are safe with Obi, why not? Why should you go with someone you are not safe with? So to me, Reno Omokri is just like myself, an average Nigerian that have been able to reevaluate their position based on the space and the event within the country. So to me, there's nothing big deal in what Reno Omokri is doing. He has seen what he believes is the right thing and is shifting to that side, just like many Nigerians. So no big deal.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, gentlemen, like I said, I want to try and keep it under 5 hours. So I'll start to round it off here. We're about 20 minutes away from 5 hours. So I'll take the closing remarks to still try and keep it under that threshold. We'll kick the closing remarks off with Ovie, of course, to land on Janle Koko. So at that time of the day, then Ovie, closing remarks. Ovie Omagbaje, Omogigi, Omagaga. Look at that. Yeah, he's too busy fighting his own in the comment section. So let's go on from Ovie. So let's go on from Ovie and let's go to Thomas. So Thomas, closing remarks.
Oh, thank you, Woman. Thank you for bringing us together. Anytime you don't come out, I feel somewhat uncomfortable. Thank you so much. I will end up by saying this: Nigerians, you have the choice to choose who you want to vote for. If it is Peter Obi, go for him. If it is Atiku, if it is Tinubu, go for him. You have the choice. Then let's choose our candidate very carefully to move Nigeria forward. Thank you, Woman. May God bless you.
Thank you. So sorry. Yes. Sorry. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, let's go to Ovie. So Ovie, closing remarks. But we're taking short closing remarks this time around. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Let me just hand it in a very funny note. I'll start on Joel. Somebody said Joel is a billionaire. Make him share the money. But don't forget that in the words of Father Mbaka, they are very stingy. They don't share. Joel and I'm a guy. When it comes to American politics, we are on the same page. But when it comes to Nigerian politics, he has pledged allegiance to Biafra. Me, I don't pledge my allegiance to the caliphate. So that's why we are always arguing that way. So no hard feelings. But I can't believe that we spent today just to discuss Obi. It's fruitless as far as I'm concerned.
What should we have been discussing? What was more topical?
I can't even deduct anything. All I hear is Obi all the time. You don't know the whole show. Today's fruitless as far as I'm concerned, but it's fun anyway.
Yeah. All right, brilliant. Hopefully we try and avoid Obi tomorrow, but no promises because he just dominates the headline. So what can you do?
It's the Trump of Nigerian politics for this season.
Yes.
So we use and catch fun.
You know,
We can't escape it.
I cannot wait to go away from the Obi space and start to discuss. But anytime you look through the headlines, it's Obi this, Obi that, Obi this, Obi that. So you have to go with what
You know why it's not going to go away. Obi true mission, not be really to become president because he knows that there's no road for him. Obi wants to be at the end of the day, want to be on this public speaking, writing books and all that. So that is the space he's actually speaking to getting that followership.
I don't think so. I think he wants. I think he wants to occupy that Ojuku space. That is
Ojuku. That's a very where Nnamdi Kanu dey?
No, but that's the battle now. That's the battle now. The battle is the battle in the East is a trilogy. It's Peter Obi, it's Nnamdi Kanu, and it's Charles Soludo. And the crown is the Ojuku space.
What about the young man in Finland?
Which one? Oh, come on. What are you talking about? Come on now. The battle,
what about Joel?
And Joel is the king now. He's already putting a crown on his own head. Thank you, Ovie. Always a delight. So that's Ovie.
On our politics.
The son of Agbaje. So thank you, Ovie. So from Ovie, we go on to Moses. A short closing remarks from you, Moses. Moses. All right. I think we may well have lost Moses. So from Moses, we go on to Joel of Nashville. So Joel, that time of the day again. That time of the day.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I'm getting used to this show. It's becoming infectious. A day without it is getting me it's like I'm going to feel kind of depressed. But this is just, for Nigeria. We keep, talking about this, spinning the wheels, trying to see how we can, make that jackpot. And it is good. It's been a good day. I love the conversation. Ovie, I heard what you said. We give shishi, but we only give it in the bar. But in terms of politics, we try to keep it serene, so that anybody that is going in there is going there to serve. But when we come about our enjoyment, you ask our Yoruba brothers in Lagos. We know how we do. We know how we do our Owambe. Let's do it again tomorrow. And please keep praying for Nigeria. Hoping that someday we can get in OB by February of next year. It's right there. Yeah. So we intend to get him elected by February of next year, so that he can take us to the next level. And I pray that Nigeria keep getting it right. Let's get it right, because we'll not be getting it right. I hope you get it right by 2023. Thank you, and God bless you all. And let's do it again tomorrow. Bye.
All right, brilliant. So that's Joel of Nashville, of course. He needs no introduction. One of your favorite voices, the young billionaire from Anambra State, Joel of Nashville. So now the long-standing billionaire of Canada, Ola, closing remarks.
Amiyo, I say amen to your prayer. Thank you, everyone. Please let us try to like and subscribe, because we really need forum like this to propagate the gospel towards 2023, at least to help our fellow citizens to make the right decision. Having said that, I want to use the medium to thank Aligale Gogo, even despite countering my opinion on the Peter Obi. At the end of the day, he managed to support the exact point that I was trying to raise. Other than that, I just want to appeal to everyone. Please open your mind, look at the political environment. Don't be rigid. Please let us change according to what can favor us. We deserve to live, and we don't need to submit our life to the hand of the politicians that will mess us up. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. So from Ola to the educated man with the dulcet tones. Sometimes he even speaks in Latin. I wonder which language he brings to us today. Saki, father.
Yeah, one more. It has been an interesting conversation. One man, you are really a super brain, I must say. I think you should better go to Arise and take up that very space, go to Arise and take up that space. You can actually do better than Ruben Abati, you know. But I've actually understood you in this very space. And today you really flogged me with Koboko. You really, anywhere I go, you try to use your questions to really.
Zaki, I recommended that in the morning now. She go and take that job from Abati.
Yes.
That man that is looking for a young babe every time we will be shouting, oh, Ojinika, Ojinika.
Yeah. No, one man is really a super brain. And let me end by telling Nigerians that look at all these candidates, any one of them that is capable of defining what leadership should be. To me, leadership is about sacrificial giving up of yourself for the benefit of others. Anybody that has this quality is capable of leading Nigeria. It doesn't matter whether the person has had any experience before. If Showore has that characteristic, he has the ability to rule Nigeria. It doesn't matter whether he has had successors, because Nigeria needs at this point to break away from the shackles of godfatherism. That is very, very important because it has really taken us aback for a very long time. Let me leave you one man to get the space to our able-bodied gentleman, Ajanle Kuka, on the space. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This push for me to start to cut down the time is really based on your recommendation, Saki, which is right, of course. It's it's unhealthy to be spending 6 hours. It's not right, and we know it's not right. So 5 hours, we'll cap it there and see if we can manage it within 5 hours. So thank you. So that's Saki Fada, of course. You know Saki Fada, but the man you all come here for, the king of boys, the daddy of them all, the Oni of Ife and the Alafia for your all wrapped into one, the mighty one, Ajale Koko.
Oni ti wà lórí àpèrè ẹ má pa mí o. Mo gbóye olóyè o, ó jù mí lọ. All right, thank you, one man, and let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution was very, very meaningful, and I hope that you will come back again today. Tomorrow to do it again. Today's session is very, very interactive. The issue of Obi and other candidates was well discussed, and I believe that that country is going down. I hope it doesn't go down the line of Sri Lanka, but it's showing that sign. We heard today that the airline from Dubai, what do they call that country? United Arab Emirates. They are suspending their flight to Nigeria because Nigeria is unable to pay them their money. The money that already been paid by passengers for Nigeria to remit it to them, Nigeria is unable to pay it. So that is not a good image of a country. That's a very bad image that Nigeria is showing to international community, particularly international investors, that is a place you can go and invest your money and you won't be able to get your return to transmit it to your homeland. So the way it's going is very bad. Maybe it will get to a point we won't be able to even travel to that country. We won't have flight to take us to Nigeria, direct flight to Nigeria. I hope it's not going to get to that stage where we have to travel to Republic of Benin or Togo or Ghana and then drive from there to Nigeria, or take, I don't know. I hope it doesn't get to that stage, but the sign is given is very, very bad. So everybody have to think and look for the right candidate to vote for. But I'm recommending something new among them all. Somebody that is new, somebody that never been part of them. That's the person I'm recommending. So go and have a think of it. If you are courageous enough to vote for a change, Omoyele should be the person to vote for. So other than that, let me thank people at the commentary section for good job you have been doing from the beginning to this time. So you are the strength of the platform. Thank you so much. From our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman board of trustee, woman went to move, and Alexander Akashi, secretary, Kulata, Ayizon, Oga, Jaja, Ortiz. Thank you for your service for United States, and my sister Bunksma, and every other person there. So I thank you all for coming today. So come back tomorrow and come and do it again. And, for those of you listening around the world, please, if you haven't clicked on the like button, please join us in doing this, in propelling this, the algorithm of this platform by clicking on the like button. That's the best you can do for this platform. We are doing our own, talking all day for 5 hours. So just click 1 second, you will do it. And we appreciate you for doing that. So one man, the driver of the platform, you have done it well again. You have done it well again. I give kudos to you again. So tomorrow, bring it on. We shall join you and we shall trash it out together. Thank you, Woma. The Eagle, see you tomorrow. And have a good evening.
Brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. Fantastic as always. So that's Ajan Lekoko rounding it off as only he can. So usually the last word goes to Ajan Lekoko, but Ajan Lekoko has persuaded you to click on the like button. So by way of bribery for you to do that, I want to bring you this story that I just caught on Linda Ikeji's. This story is just in this little cameo, tells you all that it is. That is the modern day Nigeria. This is the country that is Nigeria. Is not the country that you and I we think of, especially you that you have been outside of the country for a good while. It's not the country that you think of. It's a totally different country. And the Nigeria now is this Nigeria now that I'm about to show you. So this is Nigeria now, not the Nigeria that you have in mind or you are fighting for. So this is Nigeria now. So this is Nigeria now. Nancy Iseme has done her body. Almost 90% of Nigerian celebrities have gone under the knife. Blessing Okoro says. So this is it, and this is Nigeria now. Nigeria essentially is California now, is Miami now, and it's all plasticated now. So this is what I've never in my life known or heard of anybody personally that has had cosmetic surgery other than for reasons of health. But this now pop and up they go to Turkey to be sliced and diced and made to look as they are not. So this is what this element has done. Nancy Iseme has done her body. Almost 90% of Nigerian celebrities have gone under the knife, Blessing Okoro says, and this is what they look like now. So if you look at that image on your yes, to the right of your screen, the one in white, no human being looks like that, except of course they've been assisted in some way. And this is how she started to look like in the middle, just a demure girl next door. But this is how she has ended up now. Some sexualized vixen, from a demure girl next door to a sexualized vixen. So this is what they have done to themselves. Blessing Okoro has named Nancy Iseme as one of the celebrities who has done work on her body, but tries to pass it off as hard work in the gym. Look at the ridiculousness of it. So look at the body frame of this person and look at what she looks like now. How can this person in the middle, through work in the gym, developed a behind that is 3 times what he was just previously, a front that is 3 times what it was just previously, and a body frame that is totally at odds. I mean, look at the picture now. Is this gym work? Which sort of gym work turns you from that in the middle to that on the right? But if we're now being told, and this seems somewhat categorical because we hear it so often, almost 90% of Nigerian celebrities have gone under the knife. Blessing Okoro, who recently had plastic surgery to give her a curvier body, was a guest on Frankly Speaking podcast. During the show, Blessing pointed out how she exercised so hard to get the perfect body, like many fitness enthusiasts, but it did not work. Nedu then asked her if she knows of any celebrity who has had plastic surgery but tries to make it look like their perfect body is as a result of exercising. Blessing immediately mentioned actress Nancy Iseme. She said, I am going to call one person that almost made me kill myself, and that is Nancy Iseme. So look at this person now. Look at her, and look at her hair, and she's telling you it's gym work. So this is just what happens. So I remember when I used to go to the gym, I bought all her gym wears. I bought everything. She fixed her body. So, I mean, God Almighty, let's not be silly. Look at this person, barely stick and bones in one instance, some androgynous body shape, and there she is, a sex vixen. So a vixen, a sphinx, with, I mean, but this is the Nigeria that it is, Nigeria now. So that's the Nigeria that is Nigeria now, and not whichever Nigeria you have in your thought. So I leave that there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, and here, but here I say peace.